welcome to your day 2 of the Kingdom Wealth Workshop. Hopefully you guys had an incredible wisdom session and are rested and ready to go for day 2. We're going to be locked and loaded here until about 3 p.m. today. And man, it's going to be an incredible day. So I want to just remind you guys that everything you need is on your dashboard, wisdomplusexperience.com. If you need anything, everything should be there. So wisdomplusexperience.com. I encourage you guys to bookmark it for the next, actually the rest of the challenge, but especially today and tomorrow as we are ready for more of what the Lord has in store for us today. Pedro, I know, has prepared an awesome day for us today. So if you guys in the chat, if you could help me welcome back Pedro as we get ready and kicked off today with some fire emojis in the chat. I see you guys over in Zoom, and help me welcome him back as we get ready to jump into and launch into day 2 of our Kingdom Wealth Workshop. Drop those fire emojis and help me welcome back Pedro. Hello, Pedro. Oh, he's still muted, I think.
Hey all, good morning. Let's take some shares.
Okay.
Let's take some quick shares. And then we do have our first speaker up. We're going to be finishing up and wrapping up Protection First this morning. But I thought before we did that, let's get some energy shares, quick shares about what was your biggest breakthrough, not just takeaway, but breakthrough from yesterday. Let's take a few of those and then we'll kick this thing off.
Awesome. Let's do it. I love this. I don't know if you guys caught that in the video that we had right before we started, but one of the shares was, man, there's just so many breakthroughs, so many shares, can't even write them all down. So I want to hear from you guys. Pedro's here. He wants to hear from you guys. What were your biggest breakthroughs yesterday? What were the things that you feel that you had the biggest breakthrough in? So you can go ahead and raise your virtual hand. Make sure your camera is turned on. And I am looking at you guys over here. So let's see, we can come over to you. Michael is just like so excited about life. That looks like a man who got some breakthrough. So Michael Torino, let's come to you and hear your quick breakthrough.
Hey, what's up? I am so excited. I am so excited. The fact that Pedro, I did not know that he was in the financial services, and so am I. And the fact that he's teaching these financial literacy concepts, just, oh my God, just touches my heart. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just so excited that you guys are teaching people these things because there's so many people that don't know about these things. It just staggers me that some people don't even know about what a SEP is, and especially if you're a business owner. I mean, I know a lot of people know what an IRA is, but a lot of people don't even know what a SEP is. I've asked hundreds of business owners. My wife is like, Michael, calm down. Okay, hon. So many people don't even know what a SEP is. It's like an IRA on steroids. And I'm like, people, you don't know what that is? Go look it up. Go talk to your financial professional. Invest in it. Learn about buying term and invest in the difference. It's so important to protect your family. I mean, to me, getting insurance and protecting your family is like the ultimate love letter. And it's important that you go out there and just make sure that people, not only yourself, but your family is protected, especially that umbrella thing. I've known about that thing for
Sorry, Michael. So is that your breakthrough, is just like seeing how Pedro is showing up and serving people?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. I love that. Great share. Thank you so much. Yes. Pedro is passionate about sharing revelation and breakthrough with people, helping them get financially free. Helen, let's come to you. And then if you could just tell me your biggest breakthrough from yesterday.
I didn't expect to be called on. That's funny.
I love it.
Mine was the pedals. I never thought of that idea that I have one foot on the gas pedal and I am trying so hard to find ways to make an income, to be a stay-at-home mom, to do all of these things. But I'm so broke that I'm on government insurance and my foot is on the brake because I'm terrified to lose that and have that coverage. So that was it.
That's a big one. That's a big one. Well, I'm glad that you're here for more day 2. Thank you for sharing. Let's go to Cynthia. Cynthia, what was your biggest breakthrough from yesterday?
I need to be unmuted. Oh, hi. So for me, I didn't really place that like all of us are responsible for expanding the kingdom of God, like with our daily lives and our businesses. And I just never thought of it in that perspective. So, it being put out there that like, no, that's not just for Billy Graham or, like a big preacher to do. That's all of our ministries. So I just loved, that he put that into perspective for me. And that was my biggest takeaway. So like now everywhere I go, I'm like looking for opportunities to like just show kindness and, the love of Christ to people. And I know that's something I should have been doing all along, but I just never felt like I had permission. So it was great for that to be clarified. So that was my biggest takeaway. Thank you.
Come on, that's huge. I love that. Yes, looking to be an opportunity. Great share. Let's go to Gina. Gina, I see you there. Camera on, ready. What is your breakthrough from yesterday? Well, we might not
Hi,
have audio.
can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, there you go. What's your breakthrough from
Okay.
yesterday?
My breakthrough was the 6 human needs.
Hmm.
What I found was um my 3 major ones were um wisdom, or the need for certainty, um significance, and no, I'm sorry, certainty, growth, and contribution. But I felt like growth was my biggest one because I've had so many bumps in the road for the last since 2018, and it's just one thing after another that's been in my life. And so over the last um now it's been 4 years, I've really focused on my life with Christ. And um it's just been amazing once I put God into my life again, because I've always had a Christian background and I've always had him in my life. I just haven't had him in my life like I do now.
Well, I'm
So,
so glad that you do. And I know that's
yeah.
the Matthew 6:33, right? Is when we are
Mm-hmm.
prioritizing that. So good. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Thank you so much for sharing. Let's do one more. Who's super excited to share their breakthrough? Renee, I see you waving at me. Let's come to you. Let's share your breakthrough. Tell me what happened, what breakthrough did you experience yesterday?
Well, the breakthrough also had to do with one of the wisdom challenge, and that's in preparation when he talked about Nehemiah, how you don't have to wait for your mess to be cleaned up. You prepare the wall, and the wall being your walk with God and having that relationship solid, that foundation set, and then everything inside God will take care of that mess for you.
Good share. Yes, the Nehemiah wall, getting that set up. I love it. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, if you're ready, drop some emojis in the chat. Maybe your favorite one. What's your favorite emoji? Drop that in the chat and help me welcome back Pedro to day 2 of the Kingdom Wealth Workshop as we shift gears and jump in to day 2. Hello, Pedro.
Hello, hello, and hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our 3-day Kingdom Wealth Workshop experience. I love hearing those shares. Helen, how many of you guys caught Helen's share? She was emotional as she shared that she's scared to prosper because she has some government assistance right now. And if she prospers, she makes too much money, maybe then those benefits are no longer available. How many of you can really tell like that's, I mean, you felt the emotion of that? I can tell you I've talked to a lot of people over the years that find themselves in something similar like this. And man, is that a test? Is that ever a test? How many of you guys can just imagine a little bit and feel that, like the tension in that, right? The tension in that. I want to do well. I want to make more. And if I do well and make more, then I won't get this. And on some level, you're like, well, it's wisdom, Pedro. It's wisdom to like not lose support and continue to have these benefits. And remember, sometimes fear loves to masquerade as wisdom. But really, it's about where is our trust? Where is our trust? Now, God can use Social Security. God can use a welfare check. God can use food stamps. God could use all types of government aid and support from ministries and nonprofits. God can use all of that to meet needs for us. And yet, I don't see how we shouldn't at least lean in and say, God, is this your best for me though? Thank you for the support. Thank you. I thank you for the aid, the benefits, the this, the that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that being there as I needed it. But is this your best for me now? And I've seen people choose to level off and not pursue dreams and pursue more, to hold on to what this might sting a little bit, but I just feel led to say this. I know some people who are holding on to what already isn't enough. But because it's guaranteed, there's a certainty to at least I can count on this. It's now causing them to shrink back from what could be, to cling on and hold to, if they're being honest, probably isn't even enough right now. So, man, I really felt that, Helen. Thanks for sharing that. That took some vulnerability to share. And this whole conversation around kingdom wealth, God is going to shake us. God is going to allow us. He's going to, because of his loving kindness, he's going to give us scenarios where we will get to find out our true motives. Where and in whom is our trust. And this is why resources are so important. That's why there's so much conversation in the Word. That's why there's so much focus given to money, wealth, and resources. Because, man, it's just a great way to test the heart motives, to really kind of help us see where we are in our journey in God, in our maturity, in our trust. And so, great share, Helen, and other great shares. I think it was Cynthia talked about, it never occurred to me that I could bring the kingdom also. I think it was Cynthia. I'm not sure if that was her name. It never occurred to me. I thought that was the pastor's job. I thought that was Billy Graham's job. I thought that was the fancy minister's job. It never occurred to me I had a part to play in bringing the kingdom. Yeah, and yeah. How many of that was kind of eye-opening to you? Like, I just know I'm supposed to live a good Christian life. I didn't realize this was also my job too. Well, this is your purpose. So many people go, Pedro, what's my purpose? What's my purpose? If I only knew my purpose. Well, I can tell you your purpose. It's in Genesis. Purpose answers the question of why. Why am I here? Why was I created? Well, purpose answers that question. I can tell you why you're here, why you're here, because God wanted to expand. God wanted to expand. The Godhead wanted to expand from an invisible spiritual realm. They wanted to expand to a visible physical realm. And their best idea was to make man, male and female, you and I, in his image, in their image, and put us in charge. The purpose of your life is to expand the kingdom of heaven here on earth. Period. End of story. Don't ever confess. Don't ever say out of your mouth, you don't know what your purpose is. That is a lie. Your purpose, the reason for why you exist, why God created you, it wasn't to worship him. He has angels 24/7 worshiping him right now. He doesn't need more, he didn't need more singers in the choir. He created you to represent him as an ambassador, as a son, represent him on the earth, and to establish his kingdom rule here. That is your purpose. Well, Pedro, should I be a school bus driver or should I be a nurse? It doesn't really matter. If you're driving the school bus, establish the kingdom on that bus in your school. If you're a nurse, establish the kingdom with your patients in your hospital. But Pedro, I'm a janitor. Bring the kingdom to you there wherever you work. We get so caught up with what we're doing when the primary focus is how are you doing it? Who are you being? Who are you being? And how are you doing it? The what is not even that important. You can bring the kingdom as a bank teller and as a CEO. You can bring the kingdom as a stay-at-home mom raising kids. You can bring the kingdom as a president of the United States. And it's not just for the fancy people, unless we're all fancy. That's the lie of religion. That's false humility. So anyhow, I loved how we got in there yesterday. Well, today, my friend, this morning, how many of you remember yesterday we talked about the kingdom wealth formula? You were introduced to the kingdom wealth formula, and we got into protection first. It was protect, earn, and then multiply. How many of you guys saw that yesterday? Protect, earn, multiply. Well, we did not get a chance to finish our conversation around protection. Yesterday, we only got to talk about, I said there was 3 big risks. When it comes to building the walls and protection first, we talked about major accidents, we talked about major health risks, and we covered those yesterday. I warned you it was going to get real practical real quick. I was right, wasn't it? We went from talking about the kingdom and spiritual principles, and then 2 minutes later, people were dying in crosswalks. You're like, wait a minute, what? You're like, that was really, I told you it was going to be abrupt. But there's truth and there's wisdom there, and I just don't want to sugarcoat things, right? I don't help you by sugarcoating things and not speaking plain and directly to you. And so we covered both being part of an accident and then also having your own health be lost or injured or your very life even taken in an accident. Now we're going to talk about the third major risk and finish off protection first by talking about major financial risk. How many of you have lost meaningful sums of money in the past? Through a poor investment, a bad decision? Okay, so we're going to talk about this. This is another example of protection first, is how do you use wisdom to avoid preventing yourself from losing meaningful amounts of money through financial risk. Okay, so that's what we're going to do today, and we're going to talk about that specifically. I know there's a lot of folks here. Some of you guys have investments and money in all kinds of places, real estate, businesses, there's many things you can invest in. But to make today as valuable as possible for the great majority of people, we're going to focus on what's happening with the U.S. stock market. How many of you have money invested in a 401k, IRA? You have some money invested in the U.S. stock market. Just put me in the chat. So I thought it'd be a great opportunity to have Rami Khalil, financial advisor, co-founder of Fortress Financial, to come and give us all a stock market update. No hype, no bias, like a literally objective assessment of this is what's happening with the market, 100% facts, zero spin, make you aware of what's happening with the market, may give you some insights into what might be happening this year, and then help you understand how you can be a better steward of the money you've put away for retirement. So, without further ado, to help us complete and finish off Protection First, to help you think about how you can protect money you've already saved up and earned, please welcome Rami Khalil. Rami, are you there, my friend?
Hey Pedro, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you, I can see you, and I'm gonna turn the floor over to you. I know, Rami, you've got some very important things to share with us. So, my friends, listen up. Everyone, please listen, especially those of you that you've got IRAs, 401ks, money that you have set away for retirement. This is going to be critical information. Rami, take it away.
Awesome. Well, it's great to be with you guys here today, and to get a chance to share. I know that this conversation, Protection First, is something that is incredibly important and something that we've talked about so often, everyone, with so many people. And there's a reason for that in terms of looking at the market. And so what I want to do is I really want to create some context for everyone on the call. I want you all to kind of see this through the right framework, because information, especially financial information outside of the context of your life, is not oftentimes helpful. So you have to have the right framework for viewing this. And if you think about something that was mentioned yesterday, we talked about the difference between financial marketing and financial education. I know that's something Pedro has shared, that there is a difference between financial marketing and financial education. And when it comes to the stock market, there are a lot of these ideas and concepts that are utilized by folks, and oftentimes it has more to do and lives in the world of marketing than sound financial education. So what I want to do is I want to take us all through the history of the market booms and busts. We're going to talk about what's happened in the stock market over the last, 25 years plus. And we're going to talk about where we are today and why. And I'm going to share some ideas with you all about what that means now for those of you who are saving and investing, who have built wealth already. You have been doing this. And how do you think about protecting the wealth that you've established in the stock market through your investment accounts? And here's something that you want to make a note of. Number one, if you think about the traditional approach of investing in the market, how many of you have heard, I can't see comments, but how many of you have heard that what you are supposed to do is you invest for the long haul. You just continue to invest for the long haul because the market outperforms everything, and the way to protect yourself is to just be diversified. How many of you would say that's something you've heard before? That's something you've been doing to an extent, okay? I'm just going to trust that you guys are all participating. And so we're going to see how well does diversification help us steward and protect our wealth, because it is one side of the coin. But here is the other reality. The other reality is that there is a major difference between managing money and managing risk. And you're also going to see very quickly that there's a major difference between the economy here in the US and the stock market. The stock market and the economy are two different things. So just because sometimes we hear the economy may be doing well, that doesn't translate into the stock market doing well. As a matter of fact, here's something that might shock you. Sometimes good news for the economy is not good news for the stock market. Okay, so I have a few slides that I want to use for us to be able to go through that together. So let me do this here. I'm going to share my slides. I think I might need permission to do so. Okay. I'll wait till this loads to make sure everyone can see. Pedro, can you see this chart? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. So, a brief history of the booms and busts of the markets. We're going to go through this. We're going to have some fun. I'm going to ask some questions, and I'm going to see how many of you guys are good market historians. Okay, so some simple things here. But the very first thing I'm sharing here is a picture that looks a little bit like a mountain. It's a up and a down. And what you're seeing in front of you, from the left of my screen, everyone, to the middle, is the boom in the S&P 500, the most diversified index in the stock market from 1997 all the way to the year 2000. We had this major boom in the market. The market hit an all-time record high. Things looked really good. And when the market is booming, there are reasons that most people can point to. We call these people economists and analysts. And they'll typically say, here is the reason the stock market and or the economy in the US is doing well. Now, let me ask everyone a question who's on this call. If this is the first time you're on here, if this is not, then you might know the answer to this. So don't give it away. But if this is your first time you're on this call, let me ask you this question. If you were working and you were saving in the 90s to the early 2000s, and you think back to that time, what industry or reason could you point to that created this boom in the stock market in the US? What industry was booming that you could point to and say, oh, I remember this was the talk of the news and this was what was going on back then? How many of you can think back to that? Put it in the chats. Let's see if anyone gets it. We should have given out some gift cards for people who got it right. But the industry that was causing all of this boom back in the 90s to the early 2000s, this was the dot-com boom. If you remember, this was technology, the dot-com boom, AOL, Yahoo, right? This is that major market boom. And here's the interesting thing that happened right kind of towards the middle. We started to see a change, and that dot-com boom turned into what? It turned into a dot-com bust. And the question is, how much did the market actually go down? And what strategies were being utilized then that could have, that people were utilizing during this time to help them protect their wealth? I'm seeing dot-com bust. Well, that was a 50% market crash. Okay, so from September 2000 to September 2002, 24 months later, we spent 2 years going through a 50% market crash from the all-time record highs. Now, in the S&P 500, there are companies that are in all different sectors and industries, healthcare, technology, consumer staple. The question is, how many of those sectors were down during this period? The answer is almost all of them. Okay, so we had this big market boom, and then we had this market bust. And a lot of people back then saving and investing, the response from most clients during this time was, how many of you would say if you were investing in your retirement accounts and you saw a 30, 40, 50% loss in market value, that might stir you to contact your team of professionals, the people that you are trusting to help you manage your wealth, grow your wealth, protect your wealth? How many of you would say you would probably reach out to kind of figure out what in the world's going on? I'm seeing, yep, I would be. And most people did. And here's the response they got. Tell me if this sounds familiar to any of you. The response was, hey, Tina, don't worry. You know, the market always comes what? The market always comes back. And things are so cheap now that you should buy some more. And just dollar cost average. And so the question is, did those strategies actually work? Well, if we move on, here's the reality. And this is what makes the headlines. From literally September 2002, the market had bounced off the bottom. It had found some support and it started to climb again, everyone. And we had this big market boom from literally March of 2003 all the way to March to June, actually, of 2007. The stock market climbed. But here's the interesting thing about that. It literally took 4 years for the market to get back to where it was at the highs of 2000. So yes, the stock market came back, but if you were not dollar cost averaging, if you were not actually consistently saving month in and month out in your retirement accounts, then it took 4 years just to break even. And that is part of the reality of just simply utilizing diversification. But we're going to talk about this a little bit more. Now, I have another question for you all, and that is, speaking of March 2003 to 2007, in this major market boom, what industry was now the talk of the town? Why did the stock market boom? If you were working, if you were saving, what happened then that caused all of this growth in the economy? Some of you are saying banking, pharmacy, real estate. You guys got it. It was real estate. This was the real estate boom. Now, here's something that's interesting that you have to understand about today. As a matter of fact, Pedro, Friday of all days that we are having this talk, something actually interesting happened this morning that I'll let you guys know at the end that is going to be very important for the rest of the year. And it happened back in the bottom there in 2003. And that is that things got pretty bad, 50% crash, 2 years of losses. The government said, hey, we got to fix this. We're going to call the Fed, the Federal Reserve. And at that time, the Federal Reserve stepped in and they said, here's what we're going to do to help get the economy back on track. We are going to drop interest rates to 0 and we're going to print more money. And they had a fancy word for that. They said, this is the temporary stimulus plan. We're going to temporarily stimulate growth in the economy. And it led to the biggest real estate boom we had ever seen. And so then what happened? Real estate and the housing market, that boom, led to something else that happened right around October of 2007. October of 2007, we had the housing market and the financial collapse. And that was from October 2007 to March 2009. And the market actually fell 58% during that time from the top to the bottom. That was the era of ninja loans. No income, no job, no assets, no problem. A 58% market crash just 4.5 years after a 50% market crash. And a lot of folks who were saving and investing, guess what they decided to do when they logged in to take a look at their retirement accounts, the money that they've been working hard to put away? They called the institutions and the professionals that were helping them to ask some questions. And the questions were pretty simple. It was, hey, what is going on? And the response that they got was, Pedro, don't you remember? The stock market always does what? Comes back. Just ride it out, right? You're in it for the long haul. And I know that over the years, I remember as I got into the industry and people would ask, well, Rami, how long is the long haul? When is this supposed to actually get me to a point where I don't have to constantly risk money I need for money I want? See, diversification is a way to manage money. It is not a way to manage risk when we're talking about systematic risk. When the whole ship is sinking on the Titanic, diversifying what floor your luggage is on doesn't really help. And if it was not for dollar cost averaging, this was the era of the lost decade. From 1998 to 2008, the market cycled up and down only to get to the same place it was eventually at about 9-10 years prior. And so here's what happened at the bottom here. The government called in the Fed, the Federal Reserve. I know some comments, you guys are like, the Federal Reserve is not federal. That's a whole nother topic. But here's the reality. The Federal Reserve stepped in and they said, we have 2 innovative, great ideas to get the economy back on track, to fix this and help people recover. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop interest rates again to 0. And we're going to, guess what? We're going to print more money. And from 2008 to 2014, we printed over $3.5 trillion to try to get the economy back on track. And what happened next? What happened next was an incredible bull market that went all the way from March 2009 and beyond. But here's the interesting thing about what didn't make the headlines. It took all the way until April of 2013 just to break even in the S&P 500, just for the market to get back to where it once was. And if the sole strategy you were utilizing was just buy and hold and diversify, then often what happened was a lot of folks, and we've seen this over the years, had to spend a lot of time just making back money they used to have. And for a lot of you who are at a phase of life today, we're simply constantly trying to ride out the market is not an efficient, use of time. Hey, if you're closer to that phase of life where, you're 10 years or less from retirement, or if you're just not even clear about the strategies that you're using, then, now's the time to actually get educated on this. Now, here's the interesting thing about what's going on now. If I was to fast forward, the stock market from the bottom there in 2009 boomed. And after breaking even in 2013, from 2013 to 2019 going into 2020, the market was constantly hitting new record highs. Until obviously March of 2020, we all know what happened then. There was the economic shutdowns in the response to the COVID crisis. And here's the crazy thing about the market. In literally 6 weeks, the stock market fell 36%, which means everyone, the market in 6 weeks gave back all of the growth that it had been able to gain from 2013 to 2020. 4 years of gains was wiped out in 6 weeks, a 36% crash. Sandy says, yep, I've been trying to make back the money these past 3 years I lost when the market dropped 4 years ago. And Sandy, that's a comment I hear quite often. It's one thing to be saving and investing when you have a paycheck. It's a very different thing to be utilizing this traditional approach of diversification when you are close to already in retirement, or when you are not consistently saving and investing month in and month out in your investment accounts, when you're just using buy and hold. And here's the interesting thing about this. In April of 2020, guess who the government called to save the day? Someone drop it in the comments. Who do you think had to step in to save the day? The Fed. And this time, the Fed said, hey, we have an innovative idea to help get us out of this crisis. Guess what that idea was? Brand new idea. They said, we are going to reduce interest rates to pretty much 0, and we are going to print more money. We are going to go into a stimulus. And boy, oh boy, was it the greatest stimulus we had ever seen. Created the biggest boom in the shortest time. The market hit new highs after new highs all the way to about 2021, 2022. And that brings us to today. Something that you should all, if you are saving and investing, you want to pay attention to what's going on now because it's incredibly important. In 2021, the cost of living started to climb, inflation started to go and become rampant, and the Fed said, uh-oh, we're going to have to change our tune. They said, we're going to have to change our tune because we thought inflation was transitory. We thought that it was only temporary, and the second we were out of the shutdowns, everything would go back to normal. And how many of you have seen just in your own lives that the cost of living and inflation, the price of homes, the price of goods and services that you use every day has kind of been pretty crazy these last couple of years? How many of you can attest to that? And so they said, hey, we have to figure this out. And for the first time, they did the opposite in a way more aggressive manner than ever before. And they said, we are going to have to raise interest rates and stop printing money. And what happened to the economy or to the stock market when they did that? The stock market from 2022 of January 2022 to October of 2022, the stock market fell 27% in 10 months, wiping out all of the growth over the last couple of years. And once again, traditional money managers, traditional advisors, their approach was the same. Don't worry. You're in it for the long haul. Markets always come back. You see, the thing about traditional investing is that losing money can hurt more than making money can help. When you're not clear on exactly how much risk you're taking for the growth that you're getting and the context of the game plan that you're using to manage your wealth and protect your assets. And if you are on the wrong side of that, if you're someone who's at a different phase of your life where you don't just have 20 to 30 years to go, then traditional approaches to investing in the market have not really served the broad audience, have left them disillusioned going, I don't understand, Rami. You guys keep saying the market's at new highs and I feel like I should have more. I feel like I've been investing and saving and I don't feel like I'm that far ahead. This is why. And so now where are we? Well, here's the interesting thing. It took us 13 months where we're right there kind of towards the left. What's highlighted is 2023. In 2023, we finally recovered from that 27% loss in the stock market. And now the stock market's back at new record highs. And something interesting happened last July going into where we are today in this conversation. And in last July, the Federal Reserve finally stopped raising interest rates. They kept rates pretty much, or I should say July of 2023, they kept interest rates flat for 12 months, which is a pattern that they've done before. And they said, hey, we're going to have to start to potentially look at cutting interest rates. Now, here's the interesting thing. Interest rates going down is generally good for the economy because it means it's cheaper to borrow money to invest in your business, to purchase a home, for companies to be able to borrow to build. But when rates go down, that has not been great for the stock market. And we've been talking about this. I actually went deeper on this conversation, Pedro and I, for all of our clients. Every month I review these types of charts and what's going on with all of our clients to show them, here's what you should be prepared for. So I have a question for everyone on this call. The markets can only go one of three ways after these major booms and busts. And we've had a pretty big boom the last, almost 24 months now. They can either go up, sideways, or down. What do you all think in the comments is the next major move of the market? Do you guys think it's just continue to go up for now? Some of you guys are saying sideways, the majority of saying down. The question is this. The market's going up and down is just the normal cycles. But what strategy do you have in place to make sure that you are not risking the money that you need for the money that you want? That you're protecting your wealth in a manner that allows you to not have an unnecessary loss that could be catastrophic, but at the same time, to not have to sacrifice growth. When people typically get nervous and they partner with fear, which is never a good strategy, they start to do things like just pull their money out, sit in cash, and now they're trying to time the market. And so here's what I would tell you all. You need to have a comprehensive plan that allows you to know exactly what risk are you taking, what kind of upside does that give you, and what strategies are you or your advisory team going to use to protect your wealth, and how do they know how to use it? If you are going to be a passive investor, you need to have an active advisor. Most people have heard that, hey, most money managers fail to outperform the index. As a matter of fact, I have it right there. 90% of money managers fail to outperform the index. What does that actually mean? That means that if people just bought the index, just went out and bought an index fund and just set it and forget it, they did better than most money managers. But the problem is that's because what happens is for most people, they sit down with an advisor, they answer questions about their risk tolerance, and then they get put in a cookie cutter portfolio that's kind of designed to be hands off. And if you are working and saving in your retirement accounts, you are actively saving, but you are passively investing. And if you're going to be a passive investor, you need to have an active advisor. There is a difference between managing money and managing risk. Risk managers do what? Which is what we do. Risk managers focus on reducing losses in bad years by paying attention to the fundamentals of the economy and the trend structure and momentum of the market, versus simply just buying and holding for the long term, because everyone's long term is different. Pedro's long term is different than Mary's long term. And if you don't have a plan that addresses that and gives you the context of exactly that, what is the time frame in which I'm willing to invest before I may need these resources to be able to have an impact in my life, then you are not going to be able to have the peace and confidence through the storms. So if you cannot just consistently dollar cost average, if you have less than 10 years to go before retirement, or if you simply want a more comprehensive, clear plan to know exactly what amount of risk are you taking for the growth you can expect, then I believe we can help you with risk management. And so what happened today, and why did I say something interesting happened today that was really important? Well, today, of all days, was information that the Federal Reserve was waiting on, something called a jobs report, as well as some other data to tell them exactly what's going on in the economy and to use that information to then set the stage and the tone for how they're going to determine on whether or not they continue to reduce interest rates or keep rates the same and where inflation really is. And that data came out today. I'm going to be sharing this with clients on our next call that we do. It's been part of a series we do every month with our clients to tell them, okay, here's what the data that came out means, and here's what to expect. But I wanted you all to have that context because we are close to the previous all-time record high again in the market. And I want you guys to all finish a statement for me as I turn it back over to Pedro. You are supposed to buy low and do what? How does the saying go? Buy low and do what? Sell high. What does that mean? Does that mean you're supposed to run to your retirement accounts and hit the sell button after this call? Absolutely not. It means you are supposed to have a strategy and a team that can sit down with you and say, okay, James, we are back at new record highs. And here's where now you are in your phase of life financially. So here's what we should be thinking about doing to protect the profits you've made in context to where you are in life. But how many of you have ever gotten a call like that at any one of the last 4 to 5 all-time record highs from the institutions managing your money? How many of you have ever gotten that call that, hey, maybe it's time to sit down and take a look at what's going on in your life because we're back at all-time record highs? Guys, that is the problem with the traditional approach. And that is because Wall Street is more concerned about managing money than actively managing risk and helping you see how to actually approach this on both sides. People like to quote Mr. Warren Buffett and incredible and professionals and money managers like him, but not even they sit there and just buy and hold for the long term. So that is where we are now. I hope that helps you guys have some context. That's how we got here. The reality is from 2009 to today, if I was to ask you guys, you got it right the first time, it was the dot-com boom. You got it right the second time, it was the real estate boom. But why has the market been booming since 2009 for most part? What would be the answer? What industry would you guys give me in closing? Was it just real estate again? Some of you are saying AI, tech, real estate, gaming. Here's the answer. It has been a game of increasing and reducing interest rates and increasing and reducing how much money we print that has led to most of this growth in the economy. And this is the first time over the last 15, 20 years where we have finally seen the Federal Reserve have to start to really adjust things in a manner that has created headwind and uncertainty for the markets. And that's because of what's happened since 2020 and the response to it. So if you do not have an active game plan to manage risk and you know you want one. I know, Pedro, we're going to share about exactly how you can think through this. Questions you can be asking your professionals, everyone. The goal of this was to help you have context about where we are and the fact that there is a different approach than traditionally just simply buying and holding and hoping things work out. So Pedro, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yeah, Rami, before you take off, many people expressing gratitude in the chat for this conversation. Couple of things, Ram, I want to ask you. In your experience as sitting down with thousands upon thousands of people, and I know this from my experience, but now it's been 5 or 6 years since I've actually been sitting down with folks one-on-one. How many people, Ram, have you sat down with that they assumed that their advisor was doing this? They kind of assume, well, I already have an advisor, I have a company, I pay a lot of money in fees, Pedro. I'm sure they're already doing this active management for me. Has that proven to be true in your experience?
Less than 10% of the time, Pedro, where there was an actual conversation being had about where that individual was now in their life in relationship with the firms that they hired, where the market was, and what that meant they should be doing moving forward. It has been a very casual, passive, if the client doesn't call, then there's nothing to talk about. And when something happens and then now clients are upset, just try to pacify them into keeping a cool head and investing for the long haul. And what we are saying is that that is not the most efficient way to steward your wealth in 2025, everyone. That is what we're saying here. You need a better plan. So Pedro, the answer is less than 10%. Over the last 12 years, have I sat down with someone and they actually even had context about where we were in the market, and yet they had 80, some of these people, 90% of the wealth they were counting on in the stock market.
And I think by 10%, you're being generous by saying that they've had a conversation about it. How many people actually, their advisor had a actual risk management plan that they were running?
Oh, that's even, I have not, I mean, I can count on one hand how many times someone actually came to a meeting where they actually did have something like that in place, where they knew
Right.
how much risk they were taking. They had a
Right.
conversation with their advisor about it. They knew what they were going to do if the rug got pulled from under them and what that would mean in terms of their life and their income and the needs that they had for their family.
Yeah. Yeah. What we have found, friends, is that diversification is being passed on and sold. It's one of the biggest half-truths. I'm going to share another half-truth coming out of this break. I'm going to share another just very, very costly half-truth, which is a half-truth in the kingdom is what? A lie. Okay? A half-truth means it's not all there's some truth to it, but it's not fully true. And diversification is one of the most dangerous half-truths that Wall Street has has uh, has pushed on consumers through financial marketing, Rami. As you know, diversification did not keep people from losing 30, 40, 50%. How many of you, when Rami was showing you that the stock market history, you remember losing money during all those times? You remember seeing your account go down? How many of you like just put losses in the chat if you took losses in those times? Well, let me ask the question. Weren't you diversified? Weren't you diversified then? Of course you were. You didn't have all your money in one stock. And so diversification does not prevent you from losing significant amounts of money. And what we have found over the years is most people what don't realize the job of the typical financial advisory firm is their job is to manage you and your emotions. Their job is to manage you and your emotions and allow you to stay fully, write this down, understand. The objective of the financial advisory firm, whether you have an advisor or not, understand this. This is their business model. Their job is to keep you fully invested all the time. It doesn't matter if we're talking about Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab, Ameritrade. It doesn't matter what company your money is with. But the financial investment world, advisory world, the firms, they make money through fees. True or not true? They can only charge you fees while your money is invested. or at least they can only charge you higher fees for being invested. Therefore, they have created marketing concepts and philosophies that they now call strategies and wisdom to get you to behave with your money in a way that is in alignment with their best interest, and that's with you staying fully invested all the time, which is why most of you, I'd wonder if any of you have ever gotten a phone call from an advisor or a company saying, hey guys, we're at all-time highs. You're 68 years old. You're 72. You're 59. You're close to retirement. You're in retirement. The market's at all-time highs. How come every time we've asked this question, like there's not a practice of them reaching out to you to have you to get out of the market? Why? Because it's never going to be in their financial interest to ever make that phone call. And these are for-profit companies. You're like, well, Pedro, don't they have a fiduciary obligation to me? And the answer is, well, technically, but if you look at what actually happens, you can actually see who they have a stronger fiduciary to is their shareholders. These are for-profit companies, publicly traded companies, and they have a fiduciary obligation first to maximize profits to their shareholders, the customers. The fiduciary relationship that they may have to the customers, clearly it comes way after their fiduciary to the shareholders. And that's why the board is there. The board is there to manage the CEO and executives. The board is there working on behalf of who? You and I? No, the board is there working on behalf of the shareholders. So if you want to have your portfolio looked at and get an assessment of just how much risk you're taking, Rami, would you say what percentage of people watching this training right now, live or replay, do you think are taking significantly, dangerously much more risk than they realize? In your experience, what would that number look like?
In all honesty, just objectively, well over 80 to 90%. And what that means is that, again, I remember you mentioned something, Pedro, in one of the lessons I learned early on that applies so much to finance and investing. And that is that, it's the blind spots that we have that we're not aware of that lead to accidents. And so I mentioned something yesterday. I said, risk does not equal failure. But not having awareness of how much risk you actually have exposure to on the money that matters the most to you is one of the most dangerous things, I think, and especially right now with the market. Because until you have a solid game plan that allows you to have complete peace and clarity about the risk you're taking, it's hard to make decisions about a lot of other things in your financial life. And so that is what we're advocates for, is do not be asleep at the wheel when the market's giving you an opportunity at the close to the all-time record highs to actually be able to establish a better game plan.
The other thing we've seen, Rami, is people are unaware of just how much risk they're taking, and also grossly unaware of just how much they're paying in fees. So if you want to find out the truth about just how much risk you're actually taking, and by looking at your portfolio, Rami and his team will be able to tell you right away if there's any real active management going on or not, or for the most part, it's just a traditional, typical kind of, stock bond, blend. Rami and his team of financial advisors can explain that to you, share that with you. You'll know exactly how much risk you're taking. Rami and his team have an amazing software program that can show you exactly how much you stand to lose if another 2008 happened again. How many of you would like to see how much your current portfolio could be down if a 2008-like correction or crash happened again? How many of you would want to see that? Many experts think the next crash will be even worse 2008, but we can show you, we have technology that allows you to see exactly what you'd be down. And you should know that, because you may be totally comfortable being down 30, 40, 50%. And you may be like, no, Pedro, I am not comfortable at all being down that much. You deserve to know how much risk you're taking. It's your life, it's your money. So if you want to see that, then you can go to kingdomwealthformula.com and request to have that be talked about in your appointment. Now, many of you already booked your appointment yesterday because you saw enough with the umbrella policy and the life insurance, and you already claimed your appointment. So if you already claimed your appointment, you don't need to do it again. You're fine. As long as you provided information about these accounts, and if not, please just share that information with your appointment. But if you did not claim an appointment yesterday, and you're like, well, wait a minute, I've got money in the market. If you have meaningful money to you, well, Pedro, I'm not rich. I don't have a ton of money. If you have money that matters to you, then you should take the opportunity to book a call and get someone to help you understand how much risk are you taking, how much fees are you paying, so you can make a decision if you want to leave things the way they are or if it's time to make a shift and change. Okay, so I'm gonna give some of you a chance to do that now. To go to kingdomwealthfunding.com and claim your appointment. We're gonna put 10 minutes on the clock for those to do that. If you already did this, you can go take a little short break. When I come back in 10 minutes, I'm gonna share with you the number one most, I think, dangerous lie the financial industry has marketed to consumers. This will be a jaw-dropping, eye-opening experience when you guys see this one. So do not be late. Be back in 10 minutes. And again, people are going to be, you'll be reached out to set your appointment up in the coming days. Okay. So if you fill out your appointment, we got it. Okay. Expect to be reached out by text or call or email in the next couple of days. We kind of wanted the workshop to be over because we have a lot going on here, but absolutely somebody will be reaching out to you to schedule your appointment in the next few days. So we're going to take a short 10-minute break. KingdomWealthFormula.com. If you still want a chance to request your free, confidential, no obligation appointment, okay, you can do that now. This will be your last chance to do that because we're going to move on. We're going to get on to earning and multiplication. But it just didn't seem like wisdom to me to go help you talk about earning new money and multiplying to create more money before we protect the money you already have. It's not wisdom to go and try and make another dollar before we protect all the dollars that many of you have been saving and investing for decades. So this is your last call, kingdomofformula.com. We're going to put 10 minutes on the clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. We are about to dive into step 2 and step 3 of our Kingdom Wealth Formula. We're going to go, now that we've covered protection, how many of you guys are grateful? How many of you guys learned a ton so far about the importance of protection first? And one misnomer about the Kingdom Wealth Formula, it's not like we protect once and we're done, and then we earn and then multiply. As you're going to see, as you start to grow in your understanding and your wisdom and knowledge as a mature son and daughter in the kingdom who's stewarding wealth with God, we're always doing all three. We're always doing all three. We're always thinking about protection. Now, you don't have to buy your umbrella policy one time. You get your life insurance usually one time. You create your living will. You create your living trust and will one time. There are certain things you do once and you're done. But other things about protection first, we're always thinking about it and keeping that in front of mind. But now that we kind of have handled the most important parts of protection first, let's get into earn and multiply. You guys are ready? You guys ready? Now, we're going to add a lot of information today. We're going to build a lot of information today. So I thought before we did that, before we add a bunch of new information today, I thought it'd be good for us to review something that I thought was very, very big yesterday. I want to go over our T-chart. Remember the T-chart? Remember the T-chart? Let's do a review of the T-chart. You guys want to help me out? Because today, as I'm sharing concepts, information, as you're learning things, you're going to get to remember, how do you choose to engage with this information? How are you going to choose to engage with the knowledge you're hearing, with even the opportunities you're going to be exposed to today, right? Proverbs is a book of contrast. So we talked about there's the wise and there's what? Put in the chat, the fool. Okay? Right? There's thinking like a son. Thinking like a son. And then there's also what? thinking from a place of an orphan, having orphan mindsets. Okay? There's thinking like a healed person or thinking and acting out of a wound. Yep. There is thinking from a place of a victim mindset. I talked about there's no victims in the kingdom. And during this workshop, you're going to be invited, many of you are going to be invited, and this might come to the surface, to break up with your victim identity. Some of you, this is going to come to head, and you're going to choose to let that go and choose to no longer stay a victim. Because there's no victims in the kingdom, right? So the opposite of victim is not victor. The opposite of victim is someone who takes personal responsibility. The opposite of being a victim is a victim blames everybody else. But a healed son, a wise person, doesn't blame anything or anyone, just takes personal responsibility. You're going to be tempted to think from lack at some point today, I'm sure, or from abundance. Remember, these are all available to us. There's the discerner. We could be discerning, or we could be a cynic. Right? The righteous and the wicked. Just remember this today. Remember as we're learning. Remember as we're learning today that as you're learning new information, are we thinking, what does wisdom say? What would a healed son think? What would a healed son do? If I was to take personal responsibility and accountability, what would thinking from this is wisdom? How many of you this was kind of an eye-opener yesterday? Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. 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 All right. So let's jump in. As I promised, I want to get into earn and multiply today. I'm going to give you guys a lot of information today, and tell me, well, I'll check in with you. How many of you just learned a big lesson, a big eye-opening lesson that diversification doesn't work? How many of you just had a sacred cow, something that you thought you knew, that diversification, right, is this magic formula, and you just realized that doesn't actually work? Well, let me just prove to you that diversification doesn't work because it didn't keep you from losing money. Well, I'm going to share with you another very, very, very damaging financial myth. This is financial marketing. And today you're going to learn the truth about one of the most damaging lies that the Wall Street financial industry has perpetuated on people to this day. How many of you guys have heard the saying, garbage in, garbage out? Garbage in, garbage out, right? How many of you would understand when I say that it's very hard to make a wise decision when you're relying on bad information? How many of you can see that? That makes sense, Pedro. Many of you are about to realize you've been fed bad information when it comes to making decisions with your investments. Let me now explain. And I'm going to start off this session by asking the question, can 25 ever equal 0? In any world, in any way, shape, or form, when we're talking about finances, should 25 ever equal 0? Can we agree that that should not happen? 25 should never equal 0 because 0 means nothing and 25 means 25 of something. So never, ever, ever should 25 and 0 represent the same experience. Can we agree? But let me show you something, and let me explain to you the number one financial myth, and that is the myth that somehow average rates of return actually matter. So let me teach you the concept. Let's just say all of you were given $100,000 to invest. Okay? Maybe you got it through an inheritance or whatever, but you were all given 100,000. You went to your mailbox today, opened the mail, surprise check in the mail, $100,000. Okay? $100,000. And now you're like, okay, I'm in this Kingdom Wealth Workshop. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to invest this money. So you choose to invest the money for your future. Okay? You don't go blow it. You don't go spend it. You go invest. You don't give it to your friend. You don't give it to your kids. You actually invest that money for your future. Okay? So you got this check in the mail, and now you go invest it. And let's say before you came here, what do most people do? They have $100,000 they want to invest. They jump online, maybe they go down to a bank, they talk to a typical financial professional, and what is the advice they're given? Invest it into what? A diversified portfolio, right? Diversified portfolio of stocks, bonds, mutual funds. And so, okay, if that's what most people do, if that's what everyone does, no problem. So off you go with your brand new $100,000. You invest it into a diversified portfolio because that's what you're told to do. And off we go. Okay? Now, answer this question for me. Does timing matter in the stock market? Does timing matter? Does it matter when you invest the money in the market? Does timing matter? Yes or no? The answer is absolutely yes. Okay? So, as you now saw, the market is at an all-time record high. So let's just say you invested this money, and then a few months from now, maybe in a few weeks from now, you wake up and realize over the past few weeks or months that you picked the wrong time to invest. The market's basically been down from the time you invested, and now you find your account is actually down 50%. You've lost 50% of your money in less than a year. Okay, now let me ask you a question. Can this happen in the stock market? Yes or no? Can this happen? The answer is yes, it can. Another question is this. Has it happened before? The question is yes. Rami just showed you the market has lost over half. It's been down over half at least once, if not twice, in the most recent crashes. So now I want you, my friends, to help me out. If $100,000, if you end the first year being down 50%, how much money do you have in your stock portfolio, in your investment account? $100,000 goes down by half. You now have how much? That's right. You guys all know. You have $50,000. Okay. Now, how many of you, if you gave your money to a financial professional and they managed to help you lose half of your money, oh, and by the way, charged you a fee for that, how many of you think you could probably lose half of your money all by yourself? How many of you say, Pedro, I don't need to pay any advisor to help me lose half my money. I could probably do that on my own for free. All right. Do you think you might call that person? You think you might call them? Hey, what's going on? What happened? Most people don't even call their advisors or the companies. They're just afraid. They're afraid to make phone calls and ask questions about their very own money. That's interesting. Or they call and they're like, hey, what's going on? We're down. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're all down. But don't worry, the market always comes back. Remember, we're in it for the long haul. They never tell you how long the long haul is. Rami showed you it could take 4, 5, 6 years to get back to even. It could take 4, 5, 6 years to get back money you lost in literally 1 year. They never explain that to you. They say, don't worry, the market always comes back. They never tell you how long it will take. We're all down. Even my account's down. Hey, it's so low right now. Maybe you should think about buying some what? Put some more money in. Buy some more. Buy in. It's so low. How many of you have heard one or more of these ludicrous statements made to you? Is there any wisdom in any of this? There's not. None of this makes any sense. None of this is actually wisdom. It's just things that you were told. They were told to say to keep their customers calm and allow them to leave the money right where it is so they can keep earning fees. So let's just say that you go along for the ride. You're like, okay, I'm already down 50%. Might as well leave my money in. So now we're coming into year 2. You had $100,000. How much do you have now? How much do you have now? You had 100, but now you have how much? Now you've got 50, right? You've got $50,000, and now you're hoping and praying for a better outcome in your second year. And you're hoping and praying worked. Because in that year, in your second year, the market was up. Congratulations, the market was up. Let's do that in green. The market's up, and it was up big. The market was up 100%. Wow. Okay, now, question for you. Technically, can the market be up 100%? Is that even possible? The answer is yes, it is possible. But has the market ever been up 100% in a year? It has not. It's never happened. It's never happened. But let's just say it happened for you. Now, let's do the math. You had $50,000. The market is up 100%. How much do you now have? What is your account at now? That's right, Katie. Your account, if $50,000 is up 100%, that means it's doubled. We're back to $100,000. How many of you see that? Now, together, let's all calculate this together. I'm going to show you and prove to you something you've never seen before that I think is going to change how you think about investing and financial information for the rest of your life. Let's together calculate the average rate of return. Well, how many of you kind of have a guess of what you think the average rate of return is? Okay. Well, let's not guess, let's calculate it. Well, Pedro, how do I calculate the average? Well, here's how you do it. You take the first year's return, you take the return from the first year, minus 50, and you add that to the year 2 return. How do you calculate an average? You take two numbers, you add them together, right? So we're going to say minus 50 plus 100 equals what? If I take 100 minus 50%, what is that? What do I get? If I add those two together, I get positive 50. Can we agree if I add minus 50 to plus 100, I end up with 50%? Can we agree that's the right number? Well, now, how do I calculate the average? You add those numbers together, and then you divide by the number of years. So we have the investment for 2 years. Is that true? So we're going to take the 50% divided by 2, and if I take 50% divided by 2, that number is 25%. Which means the average, catch this, the average rate of return over these 2 years on this account is 25%. The average rate of return on this account, I want you guys to hear this, the average rate of return on this account is 25%. That is a financial fact. Now, how many of you are seeing a really huge problem with what I just told you? What is the biggest issue with what I just showed you? You're like, Pedro, can you please explain to me what's happening here? Because even though this account averaged 25%, how much did you actually make on your money? You had $100,000 when you started. And how much do you have now? 100,000. which means how much money did your account actually make? Your account made $0. And yet, while your account over these 2 years made $0, mathematically, statistically, it's factually correct that this same account averaged 25%. Which means you can actually get a statement at your house that says you're averaging 25%. And if you're not paying attention, you will realize that that has nothing to do with how much money you actually made. The average rate of return that's on your statements has nothing to do with how much money you've actually made if you're in an account that's going up and down, which, by the way, almost all of you are, because the market goes up and down. Well, Pedro, what does this mean? What is this zero? That zero represents another important measurement, and that's called your real rate of return. So I want you to see there's something called the average rate of return. There's the average return, and there's a concept called the real return. In the account I just showed you, their average return was 25%, but the real return was 0%. Now, based on what I just showed you, which one of these two numbers is telling us the truth about what happened in the account? Is average telling us the truth, or is the real return telling us the truth? Put it in the chat. Everyone's saying real, 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 real. Well, my friends, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, don't shoot the messenger. Which one of these two numbers do you think is on your statements? If you have them handy, pull out your statement now. It's going to say average, average, average. If you call the company, how are you doing? Oh, you're doing amazing. Your average return is 13 point. Both on your printed statement, on your online statements, even if you have an advisor and talk to them, how are we doing? They're always going to tell you, they're going to give you an average. You have to know to ask for the real rate of return or it never even comes up. And we've had people ask for that number and they don't even have it to give to them. They have to go calculate it manually. We've had customers call their companies, call their advisors, hey, what was my real rate of return in the last 10, 15 years? And they can't even give them the number. How many of you see the danger of this? Because if you think you're making 25% and you're really making 0, how many of you think you're probably going to make a bad decision about this investment? You think you might stay in it too long? You think you might overinvest in it? How can you possibly make a good decision if you think you're making 25 and you're actually earning 0? But the problem is it's not that obvious because you would probably catch that eventually. So you think you're making 12, but you're only making 7. And now it's harder to catch. You think you're making 11, but you're really making 6. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you think the MBAs, and the brilliant people working on Wall Street, do you think they don't know the difference? Do you think it has not occurred to them that there is a material difference between average and real? Do you think the people running these large corporations, billionaires, some of them, do you think they don't know the difference between these two things? No, of course they know. They just know that you don't. And since you don't and the public doesn't, they get to exploit you. And this is all legal. This is absolutely all legal. Now, I'm not sure why it's illegal. I'm not sure why it's illegal. You can make the argument this probably should not be legal. But I don't want to get into politics. They know the difference. but they're able to make insane profits exploiting the fact that they know that the public doesn't know. So never, ever, ever will you be tricked again. Don't ever fall for anyone who tries to sell you an average rate of return. Always ask, what's the real rate of return? What have I actually really made on this investments? What am I really going to make? Someone says I'm in shock. You. Yep. Okay. So this is why I call this the number one biggest financial myth. That's why I call this the number one most dangerous piece of financial marketing. If you think you're making more money than you are, you're going to make decisions that are probably not in your best interest. You're going to probably leave your money in the market longer than you should. How many of you guys know that it wasn't that long ago that bank savings accounts, there were banks literally offering 5% CDs. Well, why would you ever, and I'm not saying that a 5% CD is where you should be doing with your money per se, but there are people who probably should have taken some money off the market, maybe opened up a CD, but like, but why would I take 5% if I'm making 14? But they're not making 14. The average is 14. What they're really making is more like maybe 8. And now they're like, wait a minute, if I'm making 8% and paying fees and taking all this risk, hey, maybe I wouldn't mind taking 5% guaranteed with no fees. How many of you guys can see that the basis of all investing, if I can get my iPad up, my friends, the basic of all investing, and we're gonna come back to this later today. The basic of all investing is risk reward. Can we agree that this is the fundamental, when you make an investment decision, life is about risk reward. Should I marry this person? Should I buy this car? Should I go on this trip? Should I jump? Should I walk? Should I cross the street here? What's a crosswalk? A crosswalk is helping your risk reward. When you walk in the crosswalk, it increases the chance that you're not going to get hit by a car. It doesn't guarantee it, but it lowers your risk if you're in the crosswalk. Can we agree? Risk and reward, right? Hey, I'm trying to lose weight. Well, if you really want to lose weight, you know what you should do? You should eat at home. Because when you eat at home, you lower the risk of not knowing what's going into your food. They're finding out now about all these seed oils and this and all that. So if you are really trying to really be about a serious health journey and you're trying to really control what's in your body, you can't even go out to eat no more. So this idea of risk reward is true of life. You being in this workshop, you're going to give up 3 days. You had to decide, man, is giving up 3 days is giving up 5 hours a day for 3 days, is that going to be worth it? You all made a risk reward decision to be here. True or not true? How many would say so far you're very happy about your decision? But you didn't know that initially. You didn't know that before. You took a risk. So life is about risk and reward. Wisdom, what's wisdom? Wisdom is to have risk reward in your favor. Write that down. Wisdom is to have the understanding knowledge, knowing what questions to ask, where to look, to put risk reward in your favor. There are very few guarantees in life. There are very few guarantees in life. There's not guarantees. We like guarantees, and yet they're hard to get. They're hard to get, and life doesn't really offer a ton of them. Now, as believers, right, I think we're guaranteed some really cool things. Mostly about heaven. If you think about it, most of our guarantees happen after this life. How many guys think that? And I'm happy for that. I'm grateful. How many guys are grateful not to burn in hell? Thank you, Jesus. Right? I'm very, on my worst day, I'm like, well, at least I know my soul is saved for eternity, right? And today was a bad day, but I know I'm saved for eternity, right? But on this side of heaven, there really aren't a lot of guarantees. How many guys know good people who love the Lord? Righteous, good people who have had bad things happen to them. And you hear atheists use this as a reason to not believe in God. Well, if there's a God, how come bad things happen to good people? Well, that's because this is not heaven. We live in a fallen planet. We live in a fallen planet. And this place does not look like heaven yet. And that's why sometimes bad things happen to good people. So wisdom is to understand and discern risk reward, which means it helps to know, have understanding. Understanding is to understand principles. I just taught you a very powerful principle. The principle I just taught you is the principle understanding, which is the principle of real versus average. You were just taught a principle that now no one can ever take from you. And now you can make a better risk-reward decision when you understand how much risk am I really taking, how much reward am I actually making. Right now, given as far as the stock market goes, like Rami showed you, we're at near all-time record highs. It seems that there's a lot more risk in the market, way higher risk today than possibly reward. Let me ask you this question. How many of you think, based on Rami's kind of update, how many of you think there's a much greater risk of the market being down 30%? Whoops. How many think there's a much greater chance the market's down 30% versus being up 30%? Which do you think has a greater probability? Down or up? Put in the chat. Now, it doesn't mean the market couldn't go up another 30%. It could happen. But when you look at just historically, look at the yield curves, the things that Rami is showing us, many, many, many experts who really understand this thing and actually care about managing risk, the probability is there's a much greater risk of seeing the next 30% move being down than up. It doesn't mean you should get all your money out of the market, but it should have you realize that there is actually way more risk to the downside than the upside. But now let's say the market already crashed by half. Let's say now the market's already crashed by 50%. Now, let's look at risk reward. If the market's already crashed by half, what do you think what about risk reward now? Do you think if the market already crashed by half, you think it's more likely to go down another 30%? Or is it probably going to bounce back maybe 30% higher once it's already down half? No, now the risk reward is now there's more likely it's going to come back. It's already down 50%. You guys understand this? So risk reward, wisdom. Okay. I wanted to get this concept out to you guys while you're still fresh in the morning time. Is this helpful? This is what we're also going to help you do. If you claimed your appointment at Kingdom Wealth Formula, when our advisors analyze your portfolio, you will be able to see what your real return actually has been. So if you already claimed your appointment, you're going to see how much risk you're taking, how much fees you're actually paying, and you'll see how much your real return has been. Okay. Enough on that. That's helpful. How many of you that was a big aha moment? How many of you are like, Pedro, I'm still kind of angry about this. I'm still a little upset about this. And yet I'm grateful to know the truth. The truth will set you free. However, sometimes it can really be aggravating when you learn it. It can be disturbing. How many of you have advisors that are friends of yours? People that you know, you like, friends. And you're like, wait a minute, my friend is my advisor. What is going on? I know. But it's how the whole industry works. Okay. I want to shift gears. I want to go till 12:30. So I want to go for 45 minutes. Can we keep going? You guys good? You guys handle it? Can I get a little more? You sure? All right. Because now I want to flip it to good news. I want to talk about earning. I want to talk about earn and multiply. How many of you, for real, it's not just a desire. You don't just want to, you kind of have a need to earn, make a lot more money in 2025. That is a legit, real goal of yours, desire of yours. You're like, Pedro, no playing around. I need to make more money this year. Okay. So that is the earn people. That's the earn people. Okay. There's usually two types of people on these trainings. There's people who earning is their number one priority. Okay. And that's people that just don't have enough income coming in. They're either starting to build up some debt, or they're just barely making it. They're not putting enough money away or saving for retirement in their future. Or they got visions and goals and dreams for things for themselves, their family, and the Lord that they just don't have enough money to go do. Okay. Now, there's other of you who you don't need earning money. Earning more money is not your biggest need or motivator. Maybe your income is fine and you already have some money. You already have some money put away. You got some money that you can invest. You got money already in the market. And what you need to do is you got to learn, how do I multiply this? Okay. So how many of you multiplying the money you already have is your number one priority? That would be a great goal for you to focus on this year. So multiplication is you already got money that you've worked for and saved. And now you're realizing that, wait a minute, I'm not making the money I need to be making in the market. You're not making what you thought. And you want to become a better steward and multiplier of the money you already have. So there's really probably two. And of course, there's nothing wrong with saying, well, Pedro, can I do both? You can do both. I do both. I plan to grow in both of these areas this year as well. I want to grow in my ability to earn more income in the way that God has me serving people. I also want to grow in my ability to learn how to multiply the money I already have. So if you're an eager beaver, overachiever, you can do both. But sometimes you're in a season where one clearly is more important than the other. And I would say if you don't have enough income to live the life you want, to save and invest for your future, then earning income should be your primary focus. And then multiplication can be something more like a side project. You're learning for the future. But some of you, your income is fine. But now you really want to learn to multiply the money you already have. Okay. Is that making sense? So I want you to think about maybe which one of those is maybe a greater priority in this season. Okay. All right. Now, I want to get into earning. I want to get into earning for a second. I want to get into earning for a little bit. Now, those of you that multiplication is your primary goal, still please pay attention because it's all going to tie together. Okay, it's all going to tie together. Now, I talked about this yesterday And that is there's several ways to earn income. And when I talk about earn in the Kingdom Wealth formula, I'm talking about active earning. So I'm talking about active earning. This is you with putting your body to work, your mind to work, you working with your mind, your body, your hand. This is you creating things or doing things. This is you at work, actively earning income, which is a distinction from your money at work. That's multiplication. So that's how I distinguish earning from multiply. Earn is you actively earning income. Multiplication is your money making money. Earning is you making money. Multiply is your money making money. How many guys get that distinction? How many of you know wisdom is to have both? Wisdom is to learn both. Wisdom is to learn both. And what was kind of shockingly true to me is that God seems to put a extra value on you learning how to have your money make money. As much as I like actively running our business and doing cool things in our business, and I know that God's pleased with that as well. But there is just the parable of the minas is just confronting to me on how important God esteems and values us learning how to have our money make money. Now, it doesn't say exactly, it said here's money, go and do business until I come back. So it's not exactly clear what they were doing to make the money. If they were buying and selling, if they were just trading, what they were doing. But to me, I believe that there's aspects of maturing in the Lord and being a wise and faithful servant steward is we should be learning how to both earn active income, maximize our active income ability, and then also learning how to have our money make money. Okay? All right. Okay. So let's talk about earning, active earning income. There's 3 ways to do that. I'm going to break this down. You can do that as an employee. You can do that as an employee. You can do that as a self-employed person, and you can do it as a business owner. I have been all 3. All of these 3 have pros and cons. Okay? You can get wealthy as an employee. 100% you can do that. You can get wealthy by being a self-employed person, being a commissioned sales rep, being a real estate agent, or a car salesman, or an insurance salesperson, or as a CPA or bookkeeper, or as a travel agent, right? And you can also get wealthy as a business owner. There is no one path to wealth and financial security. EE stands for employee. Okay? Now, there are pros and cons to each. Can I break this down real quick? The benefits of being an employee is you don't have to create your work environment. You don't have to create a product. You don't have to take any financial risk. You just show up somewhere and somebody else has created this opportunity and role for you where if you just plug into what they've already built, follow the plan, do what you're told, right? Kind of show up and solve those problems during that time, you're going to get paid. And you get paid first. Okay? So employees do not have financial risk. They don't have to create anything per se. They can plug into something that's already built. And for the most part, you kind of can go to work, punch the clock at this time, and kind of punch out at that time. Right? So there are some benefits of being an employee, for sure. Now, are there some disadvantages to being an employee? There can be. As an employee, a disadvantage is, and we're going to talk about leverage here in a little bit. We're going to talk about leverage. How leverage is essential. Where it can be challenging as an employee is, for example, with taxes. As an employee, you don't have a lot of tax leverage. Okay? You know, if you're a W-2 employee here in America, they take taxes off the top first. How many of you have gotten a paycheck before and you've noticed how the government gets paid first? Right? I think it's called FICA. You're like, who are these people? FICA. That's a 4-letter word, right? So taxes comes off first, and you don't really have a lot of write-offs as an employee. That's why the 401k and the IRA became so popular. People saw them, employees, like, this is my only way to lower my tax burden. And many people were told that they were saving taxes by putting money into a 401k and IRA. And that's technically not true. You're not actually saving taxes. You're actually deferring taxes. You're deferring taxes. You're not paying tax on money today. It's going into your 401k or IRA pre-tax. It gets to grow and compound tax deferred. However, when you pull that money out later in life in retirement, it's going to be fully taxed at income tax rates at that time. And we were all told for decades that we would be in lower tax brackets when we retired. I can tell you through decade of experience, and Rami can confirm this, many of our clients at Fortress are actually in higher tax brackets now in retirement than they even were during their working years. Okay. So and again, we can talk about that also when you sit down if you booked your appointment. Okay. So as an employee, there's not a lot of ways to save on taxes. That's one of the biggest hindrances to actually creating wealth as an employee. Okay. And I would say that probably the second biggest hindrance typically is that your income is somewhat capped, right? Like you can only get a raise so often, right? You know, at most companies, it's maybe every year, it's going to be 2 or 3% a year. It's kind of hard to really get big raises at work, especially at big companies, right? You've got to do something like you have to make some pretty major impact to do that. So I would say as an employee, this is what the trade-off is. You've got some security, stability. You don't have to take financial risk. You get paid first. You don't have to build the system. Those are the benefits. The cons are it's kind of brutal on taxes, and you have to, and your income might not jump as fast as you would like it to. Now, can you get wealthy as an employee? You still can, but can I tell you what you must do? This is what we were sold, most of us. Go to college, get a good job, max out your 401k, and you'll be fine. That's what at least I was told. Again, I'm 50. I was at, like I've been working since I was 22 years old. I went to college. Like I bought into that plan because back in the day, you had to go to college to get a job. What was entrepreneurship? Like, what is that? You're an entrepreneur. 20 years ago, if you told someone you were an entrepreneur, that meant you were broke, you were a loser, and you were sleeping on your friend's couch. Entrepreneurship is really cool now in this online world. Like, that wasn't a thing when I was going to college. If you didn't go to college, you were a loser. How many guys grew up in a time where if you didn't go to college, let's have real talk, you were a loser. You were a disappointment. You didn't go to college. Like that was true for me. So off I went to college. I was pre-med. I went to college pre-med. That's a funny story. I didn't really want to be a doctor, but I went to a private all boys Catholic high school. And I was a senior, graduating senior, and the last, and you know, I had to go meet with some counselor, and he's like, "Hey, you know, I'm your career counselor." I'm like, "Career counselor?" I'm like, "Okay, but I'm 17 years old." They're like, "Yeah, I know, but today you're gonna pick your career." I'm like, "I'm gonna pick my career today?" He's like, "Yep, right now today." I'm like, "I'm 17 years old." Like, I was a late bloomer, guys. Like, I mean, I don't want to give too much information here, but like, I was a kid. I was 17. This is a true story. I'm not making this up. They sat me down. I'm in this office of our career counselor. He's like, "So what do you want to be when you grow up?" I'm like, "How am I supposed to know? I'm 17." I'm like, "What are my options?" He's like, "Great question. This really happened." He said, "You could be a teacher. You could be a lawyer. You could be an engineer, or you can be a doctor." And I'm like, "I have to pick this right now." He's like, "You have to pick it now because you're going to be applying for colleges in next month. And you have to tell them what your degree is and what so that way you can apply for the right college and the right program." So I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." Tell me again my options. He said, teacher, lawyer, engineer, doctor. This is literally what happened in my mind. I'm like, well, teachers, I know that teachers don't make a lot of money. They're kind of always struggling. So I don't want to be a teacher. Lawyers. Everybody hates lawyers. I don't want to be a lawyer. I don't want people to hate me. I was like, engineers, those are the nerds. Like, no, like, I definitely don't want to be a nerd. I guess I'll be a doctor. He's like, okay. And that's it. That's how I went. That's how I became pre-med. I spent 2 years at UC Davis. Biology, physics, chemistry, calculus, all kinds of stuff that I have never needed or used because I went off pre-med based on that conversation. Crazy. How many of you had that kind of experience or something like that? It's crazy. Anyhow, that's the plan of like, that was back in the day. Go to college, get a good job, max out your 401k, and everything will be fine. Well, my friends, unfortunately, that hasn't really proved to be the case. The number of people who are so like less than 10% of people in retirement even have $1 million saved. You're like, well, Pedro, $1 million, that's a lot of money. $1 million, only $1 million portfolio, $1 million in retirement only actually translates to about $40,000 a year of income. I'm going to write that down because some of you are not aware of that. This is the lump sum fallacy. $1 million IRA or 401k, which far less than 10% of people even have this much saved, but it's proven that you can only take out 4% per year in retirement as income if you don't want to go broke before you die. This research won the Nobel Prize. Now they're saying it's about 3.7%. So $1 million in retirement is not $1 million. It actually only is $40,000 a year of income. This is called the lump sum fallacy. This is why you can be a millionaire on paper, but have a darn near poverty income. And less than 10% of people even have this. So that plan of just go to college, get a good job, max out your 401k, and you're going to be fine, that has not proven to be true. So the only people I know who have made this work as an employee and actually will successfully retire as multimillionaires, here's what they did. Okay? They started saving very early. You have to save very early. You need at least, I'm not kidding you, you need at least probably 30 years of compounding. It takes about 30 years to actually create wealth as an employee, saving money through your 401k and IRA. It takes about 30 years. So you have to have 30 years of not just working, but saving. Pedro, how much? Way more than you and I were told. You and I were told if we put away like 10% of our income, maybe 15%, that would be enough. That is not proven to be true. That is not proven to be true. That was all done based on assuming 12% average returns every single year, which has not happened, and inflation has been through the roof these last 20 plus years. So the people that I know personally and are clients of ours who retired as multimillionaires as an employee, they've got 30 plus years and they were saving, I'm telling you, you're going to be shocked, they were saving at least 25% of their income. They were saving 25 to 30% of their income. And then that over time has worked. Which means to do that, you have to be very frugal. Very frugal, or you've got to make a really high income. And this is why a lot of people, this plan has not worked. They never had a chance to make enough income to even come close to being able to save 25, 30%. Okay? Well, Pedro, why does it take so long? Here's why. Because when you're earning income as an employee, you don't have a lot of financial leverage. And then when you take your money and you invest it in 401k, in paper assets, there's no leverage with your investments. So you're earning income without leverage and you're saving and investing without leverage. There's no leverage anywhere in the plan. That's why it takes 30 years. It takes so much of your money and so much time. This plan has very little to no leverage. And remember, it takes leverage to create wealth. The other thing that many of these folks did to create wealth was they didn't just invest in 401ks and IRAs. A lot of them also bought investment real estate. They bought single family homes, rental homes, apartment buildings. My parents were immigrants. They never made a lot of money they never made a lot of high income, but they were typical immigrants who came to America, 50 some odd years ago. They were very frugal. They saved their money and they bought real estate. And this was a huge reason why they were able to do pretty well financially. It was through investing in real estate because real estate has financial leverage. Talk about that in a second. Okay. So let me get back to our conversation about earning income. If you're going to earn income as an employee, here is my best advice. One, I would hope that you would be working somewhere where you feel called to and have an assignment there. Okay. One, I hope you would feel called and have an assignment there. If not, if you don't feel that, you should start praying about that. Lord, what's my assignment here? Do I have an assignment here? How can I prosper and grow here? Okay. And if you have an assignment there, then be faithful to your assignment. Work as if unto the Lord and look at your spending and your investing to see how much are you able and currently saving and see how close does it come up to 25%. But if you're not able to save 25% of your income, you cannot just do the default plan of just putting money into your 401k and just hoping it's going to work out. It won't. That will not work out because you're not putting enough money in to invest without leverage. Does that make sense? Does it make any sense? Okay. Self-employed. Self-employment, you get more leverage. When you become a self-employed person, now you have tax write-offs. Now you have write-offs. Now you can write off courses, books, seminars, workshops, business cards. I had to build a website. Now, self-employed, think of it as like being a small business owner. Now you can have amazing write-offs. You can write off a car if it's used for business purposes. Now all of a sudden, all those write-offs that you couldn't take now are available to you as a self-employed person. And this alone is worthwhile. That's why I tell people, even if you have a job you love and feel called to, have a little small side business, if for nothing else, just for the write-offs. Okay? And when you're self-employed, typically you are on commission. If you work more, you can make more. And those are the biggest advantages to being self-employed. When I was an employee, okay, I then started a side business, a side hustle. I became self-employed as an appraiser. I took money from my corporate job that I saved, and I went and invested in appraisal school. I went and spent some money that I earned from my job, and I became an appraiser. Okay? I got my appraisal license. I then got hired by an appraiser to do appraisals for that person. I was working a W-2 full-time job for a software company, but now in my after hours, evenings and weekends, I'm now doing appraisals as a self-employed person. And then from there, I got into real estate sales, started selling houses. I realized I was working 4 hours to make $200 as an appraiser. But then I realized that the real estate agent that I was doing the appraisal for, they worked 4 hours and they were making $6,000 to $8,000. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm working 4 hours to make 200. This person worked 4 hours to make 6 to 8 to 10,000. Maybe I'm not in the smartest seat on the bus. How many of you catch what's going on right here? And I was like, well, I know more about real estate than that realtor. I got a mouth. I can talk. I know a few people. And my real estate appraising mentor told me this would happen. He said, Pedro, I love having you work for me. You're very sharp. You're a bright appraiser. He said, but unfortunately, you're not going to be here long. And I almost started to cry. I thought he was firing me. I'm like, what do you mean I'm not going to be here long, John? He's like, you're not going to be here long. I'm like, why can you say that? I love working for you. I'm loyal. I'll be here forever. He's like, no. He says, this is a terrible business, Pedro. Did you see how hard you have to work to make $200? But I didn't get that because I was so grateful to be making that extra income. He says, listen, you're a sharp guy. You're charismatic. You're going to be in real estate, selling real estate in no time. I was like, no, it's not true, John. I'm going to be here. I'm going to be loyal. I'll be here for the next 20 years. I'm like Peter, right? I'm going to die for you. I'm going to be here forever. It wasn't even like 3 months later. I'm like, John, you were right. He's like, I know. We're still friends to this day. But he was right. Because 4 hours is not 4 hours. We don't get paid. And here's the big difference between employees and employee business owners. We don't get paid for our time. When you're like, no, Pedro, I do get paid for my time. I get paid by the hour. No. It seems like you get paid for your time. But what we really do is we get paid according to the value for the problems that we solve and the outcomes that we create during that time. I'm going to switch mics real quick. Okay, hold on a second, guys. Can y'all hear me okay? Am I back? Wave at me. Okay, that's a big aha for some of you. You don't get paid for time. I know it looks that way because you get paid by the hour, or you're on salary, you work 40 hours a week. I can assure you, I pay a lot of people. I am an employer. We don't pay people for their hours. We pay people based on what value they contribute to the company, what problems that they solve during those hours. So when you're self-employed, you are more in charge of that. And as a business owner, now you're employing people. When you're self-employed, you've employed yourself. But when you become a full-blown business owner, now you're employing other people. Now you've got full access of the tax system. You can borrow money as a business owner. If you're a big business, you can issue shares of stock. You can go public, issue shares, issue bonds. The tax code was written for big business owners. So you have maximum leverage by owning a business. When you own a business, when you become a kingdom entrepreneur, and when you become a kingdom entrepreneur, if you're called to do that by being a business owner, now you can create systems and structures and ideas and things where you can actually allow people to come and contribute their gift. You can find a way to have more people be able to contribute their gift and their talent, where now we can all achieve something together that none of us could do on our own. So owning a business provides the highest amount of leverage in the wealth creation process. The wealthiest people on this planet are not flipping houses. They didn't buying a rental property. The wealthiest people on this planet are business owners. Okay? Now, I have been all three. There's pros and cons to all three. And I think that each of us has a different path here. Some of you can make a lot more money by being the number 2 or number 3 person at a very successful company. Okay? So don't just think, oh, I got to be a business owner. Well, maybe, but maybe not. You might be able to use your gift, your talent, your skill set to create a lot more financial opportunity for yourself by being part of something else that someone else is building. Is that making sense? So my question for you guys, we're gonna have a little break here, and then we're gonna pick up. I'm gonna break a few more things down. We have a very full, lot of information coming at you guys today. Right now, first of all, take inventory. Right now, how are you earning income? How are you earning income right now? And have you considered which one of these are you actively doing? Are you a primarily employee, self-employed, or business owner? And if you're retired, okay. If you're retired, that's fine. You can put you're retired. But my question to you is, if you're retired, my question to you is this: which one of these 3 options or paths do you think might make the most sense for you now that you've retired from your work, from your job, now that you've retired from having to be anywhere? The question is, well, where would you want to be? What would you now choose to do? How could you contribute to society, to other people? And you can do it for a nonprofit. You can do it and not get paid for it. But which one of these are you in right now? And which one of these do you feel like is more than likely the path for you to really start to step into financial abundance and prosperity? So which one are you now? And which one do you think you really need to start to think more like and become in 2025? Throw that in the chat. Okay? Throw that in the chat. Okay. Let me just take 10 minutes and wrap up this conversation, because I'm kind of halfway there. For your notes, it's impossible to create wealth without leverage. Remember yesterday? I showed you the lady with the jack. Remember yesterday we showed that lady in high heels, got that car off the ground. So leverage, leverage, leverage. Leverage is a force multiplier. So the question is, Pedro, how can I earn and how can I multiply with leverage? We're going to spend the rest of our afternoon talking about that. You will be able to create more financial prosperity through earning and multiplying by doing so with leverage. So I talked to you guys about leverage just recently with earning. We talked about that earning income as a business owner has the maximum leverage. You have maximum leverage. You have maximum leverage when earning income as a business owner, and you have far less leverage if all your earning is coming as a W-2 employee. That doesn't mean you should all quit your jobs. You just have to understand that understand how leverage works. Now, when it comes to multiplication, when it comes to multiplying, there are 3 main asset classes. There are 3 main asset classes. There's paper assets, there's real estate, and then there's business. Okay? There's stocks, bonds, mutual funds, there's real estate, and then there's owning a business or owning shares in the business. Okay? Business ownership has maximum leverage. Real estate has very good leverage, but not as good as business. Real estate has very good leverage because what? You also have great tax deductions. Real estate investing, you also get, if you want to multiply your money in real estate, you can get tax write-offs. Okay? You can also borrow money fairly cheaply. And the most important leverage that makes long-term investment real estate profitable, let's see if you guys know this in the chat. Who is the most important person in a real estate investment? Who would you think? Throw in the chat. Sometimes people don't recognize this, but the most important person in the real estate, the most important party in a real estate investment is the tenant. The tenant. The person paying the rent. Whoever is paying the rent is the most important person. Because that tenant paying the rent is what makes a real estate investment an asset. But if that tenant stops paying rent, that real estate investment now has become a liability. Because if the tenant is not making the rent payment, do you still owe the mortgage? Yes or no? 100%. Okay? So, real estate investing has great tax leverage, has good financial leverage. Real estate investing has good leverage with inflation because as inflation goes up, bricks, boards, lumber, windows, land, all that gets more expensive too. This is why real estate has been a great way to build wealth over the long term. And the most important part of leverage in real estate is the tenant. That person goes off to their job to go work, to then make money, to then send some of that money to the landlord. So real estate has good leverage. However, the problem with real estate, for most people, you have to have lots of money to invest in real estate. And you have to be taking financial risk. You have to go into debt and borrow money. And it can take a long time for that money to multiply. But because most people don't want to start a business, and because they don't know how, all they know about the stock market is buy and hold and just sit and wait forever, they end up in real estate. But today, I'm going to show you guys that there's a way to get very, very good, compelling leverage with paper assets, doing something most of you have probably never even heard before. But for the most part, there's no leverage doing traditional investing. When you put money away into the stock market, when you just save money every month from your paycheck, when you're just dollar cost averaging, there's no leverage on that money. When you put money into the bank, there's no leverage on that money. You're just saving money. You're long-term investing. Oh, Pedro, what about money compounding? The miracle of compound interest. I'm going to show you that the miracle of compound interest is not as miraculous as you've been told. Because it just takes so long for money to double traditionally. So for the rest of our time today and tomorrow, can I teach you about how to practically think about starting to earn more income and make more and multiply your money with leverage? How many of you guys think that would be a good use of our time? Listen, now that you've got your Protection First appointment, okay, you're going to go get that part squared away. That part of the formula, we've helped you. We're going to walk you through that. You'll get that part handled. Now, you have to actually take action on the recommendations and the things that you're seeing, right? You don't just have an umbrella policy unless you actually have an umbrella policy. You have to actually go acquire that policy, right? Sign up for that policy, pay that premium, put that policy in place. You don't just have life insurance as a concept. You have to actually apply for a policy, get approved for a policy, be issued. There are steps. You don't just have a living trust in your mind. So understand this. We have set you up with an opportunity to go handle Protection First with some help from ours. For the rest of our time today and all day tomorrow, now we're talking about helping you maximize your earning, how to make more money this year and beyond, and how to multiply money this year and beyond. And to help you do that, we're going to have to help you understand how to gain leverage. Is that making sense? How many of you guys think that would be a worthwhile use of our time this afternoon and tomorrow? Okay, so here's where we're going next. I'm going to show you how to get leverage and how to increase your earning potential by stepping into the revelation and the wisdom and by becoming what I call a kingdom entrepreneur. A kingdom entrepreneur does not mean you're a business owner. You can be an employee and be a kingdom entrepreneur. You can be retired and be a kingdom entrepreneur. You can be a self-employed person, or you can in fact be a business owner. A kingdom entrepreneur is more about your heart posture, a mindset, and how you partner with the Lord in your work to create not just great income, but kingdom impact through your work. And the key for many of you making more money this year is to step into that. So we're going to talk about kingdom entrepreneurship some today and tomorrow. And then we're going to talk about how do you start to invest with leverage? How do you how can you multiply your money? Pedro, how can my money make money? We're going to talk about that, and we're going to introduce some of you to a concept called options. Options. Options is the only way I have found, and not just options, but a specific type of option trading where you can actually make money with your money and multiply money much, much, much faster and with the right knowledge and the right skill set in a much safer way than just staying in the market as a long-term buy and hold investor. So that's where we're going to go after lunch and all day tomorrow. Get prepared to learn how to make more and multiply through these two vehicles. One's called Kingdom Entrepreneurship. That's to maximize your earnings. One's called Kingdom Options. That's to maximize your multiplication. And for some of you, you're going to absolutely feel called to doing both in greater measure this year. But for now, my friends, I'm going to send you guys off to our lunch break. Let's take a 30-minute break. Okay? Take a 30-minute break. Let's be back here at 1, let's call it 1:05, 5 minutes after the hour. Grab a quick bite to eat, stretch, grab some water, but definitely be back. We're going to be getting into, I think, some of the most exciting part about this whole workshop. I know I gave you guys a lot of foundational stuff the last day and a half, okay? Some of this is not the most exciting part, right? Some of you kind of learned some hard truth today. We talked about protection first yesterday. Not all of this is always super exciting and super sexy. Wisdom is to not only do the fun, exciting, sexy part. Wisdom is to do what is required. Okay? But now I feel like I feel in good conscience. I've given you important foundational information. Now let's go talk about earning and multiplying. And again, how many of you, you absolutely want to, need to, you are committed to finding solutions this year to make more, to earn more, and multiply more than you ever have in your life? This next day and a half is for you. I'm showing up now for you. If you're just casually interested, if you're thinking about it, you can still hang out and listen. But I'm talking to people who like, no, Pedro, this year I've got to make a change financially. I need to make more. I need to do it in a kingdom way. I got too much money sitting around. I don't know what I'm doing with it. I want to be a better steward. That's who I'm coming for this afternoon and all day tomorrow. Get ready, buckle up. It's going to be incredible. See you back here in 30 minutes. Love you guys. God bless you. See you soon.
All right, welcome back. Hello. Checking in over on Zoom. If you guys have your audio up, maybe you guys are coming back. Go ahead and turn on your cameras, get your audio on, and let's get started. Man, today has been really great as we've been diving in. So I want to just take a couple of quick shares from you guys. I know this is such a great way to just quickly verbally process and just kind of have those aha light bulb moments and share with the community what you guys are getting out of this. So biggest moments that you were just like, oh my goodness, light bulb, biggest takeaways, ahas, nuggets, whatever you guys want to call them. But the moments from this morning that really stood out to you. So you can go ahead and raise your virtual hand. Make sure your camera is turned on. We will ask you to unmute so that we can talk to you. But go ahead and you can go to the button down at the bottom of your screen and it says reactions. And in reactions, you have the option to raise your virtual hand. So if you want to go ahead and share your biggest takeaway or aha moment from this morning, go ahead and raise your hand. It looks like Tracy, oh, she's doing it in chat. So maybe DC, if you can help me find her, Tracy Killian, Killian, Tracy Killian. She raised her hand in chat. If your camera is on, Tracy, or actually you need to turn your camera on. We have you pulled up and ready to go. And then if you want to be next and share your biggest takeaway or aha, go ahead and raise your hand. I see in the chat, AV says the real rate, average rate and real rate, what an eye opener, the real rate of return compared to an average rate of return. Lots of biggest takeaways on that. The average ROI versus the real ROI, always find the real return. Awesome. I love that you guys are dropping them in the chat as well. Okay, so it doesn't look like we'll be able to get Tracy on. So let's go. I think it's maybe Cheryl. We'll go to Cheryl. Oh, Tracy is there. Oh, hi.
Here.
Sorry, I'm having to operate on my Zoom on my phone. I couldn't see your face. Hi. What is your biggest takeaway from today?
Just how much money we would have had to have saved over, 30 years. And most of us, have not put that much in there. So, they said 25%, 30% or more. So it's been very unrealistic what they've told us to do.
Yeah, and just having some clarity on what that actually looks like. Yep, that's a pretty big takeaway. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's go one more. Let's go Cheryl. Oh, I think I see we have two hands. Cheryl and then Leanne, and then we'll head back to Pedro. So Cheryl, we'll come to you. We'll ask you to get unmuted. Hi, what is your biggest takeaway so far from today?
The first one, actually, real quickly, the protection first, that's been huge, okay? Because all I ever had was the life insurance. So that is huge about building the wall. So that's first. But the big one today was lost my page, and I'm nervous. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You don't need to
About
be nervous. You're doing great.
the biggest lie on Wall Street. That one had me. I mean, with the average rate of return and the real. Yeah, it's just those things that you just don't go, oh, yeah, I should be thinking that further than just taking that nugget and believing that source without really mulling it through. And actually, because I always thought I was pretty good with figures. I'm learning that's not so much. I got a lot to learn. Amen. But yeah, that was like, whoo, right in my, knocked me over actually.
Oh, Cheryl, I'm so glad that you're here. That's huge. Awesome takeaway. Thank you for sharing. Let's go one more, Margaret. Let's come to you. We'll wrap up with you with your biggest takeaway so far from today. And then we'll head to Pedro for the rest of the afternoon. We've got some more speakers coming up, but Margaret will ask you to get unmuted. There you go. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. What's your biggest takeaway from today so far?
Well, it really upsets me that I found out, well, I'm glad I know now, but that I didn't know this before, that the money managers are more to manage me than my money. And, keep me calm and keep my emotions in check while they're still earning their fees and making money for their companies. That just makes me mad.
Yeah.
I don't understand how they can get away with it and it's legal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Great takeaway. Guys, you had some awesome takeaways today. I'm excited to dive in for the rest of the afternoon because I know Pedro has some more information to share with you guys. Sounds like you guys are getting a lot out of this. Keep taking notes, keep writing those things down. And if you would drop some fire emojis in the chat and help me welcome back for the rest of the day, Pedro Adeo. Hello, Pedro. Maybe check the mic. It looks like it's on, but I don't know if it's on. Because I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Nope. Okay, he knows what he has to do. Let's do one more share. Let's go to Doris. Well, he gets his mic fixed. Let's go to Doris. I see Doris. There you go. You're unmuted. Doris, what was your biggest takeaway from this morning? Your biggest aha from this morning?
I said you have been talking about compound interest and compounding stuff. I got a takeaway was compound. The protection. I've been an agent, insurance agent and life insurance and all of that. But just to know that you need to get that extra protection today with the real percent versus the whatever it is. And best yet, teaching young people. I'm 67. I'm not ready to retire, but teaching my grandkids to start saving early
Yeah.
at the age that you have 30 plus years, and to put 25% in, not the little 10% or the 5% that companies match with 401k. So getting that next generation equipped to deal with what's reality with money. So
Yeah.
I got to
That's
do it.
That's so good. Great share. I love that. Yes. The value of adding that next generation, which speaking of, I have mine peeking over behind my shoulder, sitting here to learn all the things from Pedro. All right, let's try this again. Pedro, let's see if we can hear you. Maybe,
Does it work?
maybe not. Yeah, it works.
Yay! All right.
Yay. We
Okay.
hear you. We
All right.
see you. You look great. Sound
Awesome.
great.
All right. All right. Okay, guys. Welcome back to part 2 of day 2. Now, how many of you are like, yes, I'm going to tell this to my kids. I'm going to tell this to my grandkids. And you're like, well, what about me? How many of you how many of you are at a place where you're like, well, Pedro, I can't go back 20 years ago. Can you help me? I'm in my 60s. I'm in my 70s. I'm in my 50s. What can you do for me? I'm going to tell you right now what I can do for you. Okay? And it's not what I can do for you. It's what you can do for yourself. Let's make that very clear. Pedro is not here to be your savior. Nope. But I can show you and point the way and connect you to trainings and methods and things that we have learned, discovered. But you are going to have to participate. Can we agree on that? I'm not here to be a rescuer or a savior. You're going to have to participate in your own rescue. But how many of you, if someone could point the way and show you how to follow simple steps, you could follow simple steps to change your life forever this year? Okay, good. All right. That's who I want to talk to. Okay. I don't sell lottery tickets. We don't make promises that are impossible to keep. But I have something to share with you that's new information and new opportunity that I believe, I don't care if you're 82, 72, 62, you will see it's not too late. That there's something that you can actually do. Now, because I saw a lot of despair in the comments earlier. Like, oh my God, I'm in this age. Here's how little I have. Like, what about me? Like, I saw a lot of hope went to despair. And remember, it's always wisdom to assess and to recognize what is true. It's always wisdom to be honest about where things are. Okay? A lot of Christians think it's faith to not go to the doctor. Oh, I'm fine. I'm not going to the doctor. Even though they got this huge lump on their neck, they got this lump. Nope, in faith, I'm not going to the doctor. No, that's in fear. You're afraid to go to the doctor. Don't call that faith. Faith says, let's go to the doctor. Let's get checked out. I'm not afraid of that report. And even if it is not a good report, my trust in the Lord. You guys understand? So getting honest about the numbers actually takes more faith to be honest and look and assess. Okay? But we don't stop there. Okay? So I want to talk about a couple things. I want us to understand why many of you have been led astray. I want you to understand how you got here so we can fix it. I want to help you, show you how you got here and how we can help you fix it. So I just casually threw this out there, the 4% rule. In the last session, I should not have done that. Now I want to come back and clean that up and go deeper. Because this is too important to not make sure everyone understands. The 4% rule is literally economic research that won a Nobel Prize. And why it's called the 4% rule is because this was studied. They took a bunch of different stock portfolios and they looked at investment periods of, I believe, 30 years, starting on all different days. They analyzed 30-year timeframes at different stages in history. And they analyzed, and the question was, how much money, the question they were trying to answer is how much money can someone remove, can someone distribute from a retirement account for income without the risk of going broke before they die? Okay, so first of all, if you're retired, you probably know this, but if you're not, the number one fear of retirees is running out of money, going broke before they die, and then having to be, quote unquote, a burden on family and friends. Okay, so knowing that's the number one fear of retirees, there's a big interest, there's a big problem to solve, which helping retirees know, hey, I got this amount of money. How much of this can I spend safely every year for income? Does that make sense? Like, what's the point of having this amount of money? And you're like, I'm not sure how much I can take out. If I take out too much and I party too hard in my 60s, I'm going to go hungry in my 70s. So that's the research that was commissioned. And what they found was this. The answer is 4%. 4% is the amount of money using traditional financial planning methods. 4% is the most amount of money you can withdraw in retirement from your retirement account if you want to have a 90+% chance that you will not go broke before you die. Okay? If you take out more than 4% a year, you're increasing the chance that you will outlive your money. Now, let me put that to numbers because most of us can't compute this. If someone has $100,000 saved in their 401k IRA, $100,000, 4% a year is literally what? $4,000 a year of income. Now, this is very hard for most people to grasp because we are not taught to think in terms of income or cash flow. Our mind thinks lump sum. And you're like, $100,000, that's a lot of money. Well, it is. $100,000 is a lot of money if we're talking about a vacation. How many of you think you could plan an amazing vacation for $100,000? Like an amazing, incredible, like 5-star Hollywood celebrity type vacation. 100 grand is a lot of money for a vacation, but as you're seeing, it's horribly nowhere near enough to provide for a lifetime of income in retirement. Right? 100,000 is about 4,000 a year, which is like what? That's like $325 a month. And a lot of people don't even have that. Well, if we go to $500,000 a year, 4%, okay, what's that? What's that, 20,000? Yeah, it's 20,000. $20,000 a year, $500,000. $500,000 is not $500,000 once you retire. The minute you retire and you need that now for income, it's not $500,000, it's $20,000 a year. This is the biggest mindset shift that retirees end up having a wake-up call and a very rude awakening because that no one ever really helped them understand what this amount of money would mean in income. You think you're doing okay, you got $500,000 and you're like, 20,000 a year? What? Then you got to pay tax. Oh, now you got to pay tax because that's all in your 401k IRA. So even at 25% tax bracket, now it's 15,000. $1 million is $40,000 a year. Minus taxes is $32,000 net after tax. Guys, that's poverty level income in every state in America. And this is a $1 million portfolio. So can we agree this is the problem? This is the problem that we're trying to solve for you. This is why there's going to be a lot of people in the older generation struggling, moving back in with kids, moving in together. That's why you see record number of people leaving America, going to other countries. Shout out to my country, Portugal. I love Portugal. There are tons of Americans going to Portugal because you can live amazing for about 1/3 the price. And it's a modern European country. It's amazing. I love it. We have a home there. If you're in Portugal, come say hi. I'll buy you a coffee at my favorite coffee shop in my little town. People are leaving America in retirement because they just can't afford to retire here. And then they realize that you can actually live even better in some of these countries on way less money. Now, they're like, oh, my kids and my grandkids. But at the end of the day, if you can't afford to live here, a lot of folks are leaving. Okay, so this is problem number one. Problem number one is this 4% rule is a big issue. Hold on, John. John's like, I'm depressed. Listen, John, don't be depressed. You are actually no worse off than when you showed up here. You're in fact much better off because now you actually are aware of the truth. Okay? Guys, if it's not wisdom to let this conversation depress you. That's an orphan mindset. That's a foolish mindset. That's a victim mindset. A wise, healed son says, no, I'm good. Tell me where I'm at. I trust God. I can get to work. I can change my ways. I can do new things. A son, a healed son who's not a victim, understands it's never too late. Okay? So let's get serious about changing the mindsets and the behaviors that kind of has some of you where you are. If we're being honest, can we agree that how you're where you are is probably not an accident? It was due to mindsets, beliefs, maybe lies you were told. But guess what? We can change all that on this workshop. Okay? So, how many guys see the problem? The first problem is the 4% rule. The 4% rule is the problem. You guys seeing that? Okay. Let me show you now the next problem that makes this problem the bigger problem. The next problem is we were all about the miracle of compounding. The miracle of compounding money. The miracle of compound interest. How many guys have seen it? The big mountain chart, compound interest, the next wonder, the 8th wonder of the world. Okay. Again, who do you think is telling you that who benefits the most from telling you to believe in the miracle of compound interest? The financial institutions who want to hold on to your money forever. Yes. So let me teach you about the rule of 72. The rule of 72. The rule of 72 says it's a shortcut to help you determine how quickly money will double. Okay? The rule of 72 tells you how fast money doubles. Multiplication. Say multiplication. We want to multiply money. How fast can we 2x double our money? The rule of 72 helps you do that quickly. So if you make a 10% return, how many of you would be very okay if there was a 10% interest rate guaranteed at a bank down the street? You'd probably show up early and be there when they opened. If there was a legitimate bank, guaranteed, FDIC insured, offering you 10% per year guaranteed, you might be there with a little bit of money, yeah? Okay. So if you were able to earn 10% per year every single year, You divide that number into 72. 70 divided by 10 equals 7.2 years. Okay? That means even if you made a 10% return every single year, my friends, please hear me. You've got to understand this concept now. Now it's really important that you get these concepts. Even if you made 10% every year as your real rate of return, it would take you 7 years to double your money. 7 years to double your money, even if you made 10% a year. How many of you now, knowing that the real rate of return is probably much lower than the average return, how many of you are probably very aware you're making far less than 10% every year? Okay? 100%. I would be shocked if any of you have made over 10% per year as a real rate of return over the last 20, 30 years. I'd be shocked. But even if we did, let's give you the benefit of the doubt, it takes 7 years for your money to double at 10%. Are you seeing this? So now let me show you why many of you are down the road and you don't have anywhere near as much as you thought you did. Okay? It's 2025, is it not? 2025. Let's just say we have this magic bank, this miracle bank, the 10% bank, and now you're making 10% guaranteed for the next 30 years. 30-year CD at 10%. I think we'd all sign up. We'd all probably put a little bit of money on that, right? Okay, guys, check this out. And let's just say you had $50,000. Let's start with $50,000. Okay. You're now earning 10% a year. How long before the money doubles? Who can remember? Put in the chat. How many years at 10% for your money to double? 7. Okay. It's 2025. Now, I know it's hard to do, but now just think about the year 2032. It's now 2032, 7 years from now, and your 50 becomes how much? It becomes 100. It took 7 years for your 50 to become 100. It's now 7 years from now. What do you think a gallon of milk will cost in 7 years? The price of eggs will be in 7 years. A gallon of gas in 7 years. The price of a house or rent. How many of you know we've seen prices double, if not triple, in the last 7 years? So, but now, that's okay. I forget all that. Now we got to wait 7 more years. Now it's 2039. And now 100 becomes 200,000. Your 50 became 200,000. That's pretty awesome. But it's now the year 2039. And we're at $200,000, which, by the way, at 4% is $8,000 a year. Well, hold on, Pedro. I'm waiting for the miracle of compound. Okay, well, we go 7 more years. Now it's 2046, and your 200 is now 400,000. I can't even imagine what a coffee, what a latte at Starbucks will cost in the year 2046. And now your 50s become 400,000. You have 8 times your money, but now that's still only 16,000 a year. Now we go 7 more years. It's what? 2053. Your 400 now becomes 800,000. And now we got to go 7 more years to 2060. before you're finally a millionaire. Now you have $1.6 million. You're finally a millionaire. And that's still only about what? 64,000 a year. And you had to wait 7, 14, 21, 28, 35 years. So yes, it's a miracle. It's kind of impressive that money can compound over time. It's amazing how $50,000 can one day be 1.6 million. You know what's not amazing about it? Your life is gone. You spent 35 years of your life is gone. This is why the banks and Wall Street win, because they don't die. Bank of America isn't going to die. Wells Fargo doesn't die. Merrill Lynch doesn't die. These are corporations. They last forever. So they have deceived the public into playing a long-term game with them because they live forever. They're infinite and we're not. We have a finite life and we have been deceived and told to give our money to them and let them hold it for decades and to settle for returns that are pathetic. And this is the traditional path. Okay. So are you seeing now why maybe you and why millions and millions of retirees are showing up in retirement completely, horrifically underprepared financially because they've been doing this? Are you now seeing the problem? And before you get all mad at yourself, you are one of hundreds of millions of people who have been going down this path. So there is two problems that we want to help you solve this afternoon and tomorrow, and really help you solve this year. Okay? I really want to talk about how to make more money through active income. I just don't have time to do that today. So, and I don't want to whipsaw you guys around back and forth. So is it okay if I take the rest of our time today and stay right here helping you learn how to multiply money? Can we just do multiplication today? And when you guys allow me to do the earning part more tomorrow, is that okay? Because I want to show you how to solve this problem. Because some of you already have $25,000, $50,000. Some of you guys have money. Now you don't have enough money to retire as you're seeing, but you have something. How many of you would say, Pedro, I don't have enough to retire, but I've got something? I've got my 25,000 or 30 or 100 or 150. You've got something you can multiply with. You've got something in your hand to start with. So let me help you realize your number one biggest problem. Your number one biggest problem is you don't know how to multiply money fast enough. Write that down. Your number one biggest financial problem, I would say your only financial problem, is you don't know how to multiply your money fast enough. You don't know how to double your money faster. And waiting 7 to 10 years to double takes too long and you don't have time. So I have a crazy question for you. What if it was possible? What if it was possible to do in 1 year legally, without having to go on OnlyFans and show your feet to weirdos? So I'm like, what's OnlyFans? Don't worry about it. What if there was a way? Megan, you said busted. Megan, are you on OnlyFans? The world we live in is crazy. Okay, crazy. What if there was a way to double your money in 1 year, not 10 years? What if there was a way to legally, using wisdom, applying a financial method that allows you to use leverage? What if there was a way to double your money in a year, not 10? How many of you think that would be a game changer for you? Okay. Okay. What if there was a way that you could apply yourself, learn a skill set, learn a framework and a skill set from proven mentors on how you can multiply and double money, not in a year, but what if in a matter of months? Okay. Would that be worth a couple hours of our time here today? Well, that is absolutely real. This is not a joke. This is not fantasy. This is not anything that is unavailable. This is not some sketchy black market, off market. This is something that is very real. The wealthiest people, investors in the world do this. And yet there is this information is not readily available. And yet this is the path. I do real estate investing. I own businesses and I love to be a kingdom entrepreneur. But I have never seen I've never seen a method to multiply money that I think is as simple and available to the mass market as what you're about to see today. So to introduce you or to have you or to expose you maybe for the first time or to expose you in the best proper way to this concept of multiplying your money in the stock market through something called options, I want to bring back to the Kingdom Wealth Workshop Rami Khalil. Rami, are you there?
Hey, Pedro, I am here. Can you hear and see me okay?
Yes, you're doing good. Now, I promised Rami you would be very excited to see him again. So can you please show excitement for him in the chat that you're excited to see him back to talk about, to show you. Guys, you know, I just kind of made a pretty bold claim here, made a pretty big promise. We're going to show you how to double money in a year, not 10. And then I just even went crazier and said, well, what if we could do it in months, not a year? And all that's true. And you're going to get to hear about this from Rami because Rami is the person that went and pursued this information. I remember when Rami brought this idea to me about options. It may have been, I don't know, what, 4 or 5 years ago, Ram?
Yeah, for the first time it was about 4 years ago.
Rami's like, hey, what do you think about options? Like, I'm still Rami's mentor. So he brings things to me. He's like, hey, what do you think about options? I'm like, what about it? He's like, I think it's kind of cool, man. I want to learn how to do this. I'm like, no, that's stupid. Why would you waste your time learning options? Just go become a better financial advisor. Go work more. Go serve more clients. Let's go help more people and focus on earning your income, building your business that way. Why divert your focus to go learn something new from scratch? By the way, I also didn't know, I didn't even know if that was a thing or not. I knew people talked about it, but I didn't know anyone that actually knew how to do it. Okay. So I discouraged Rami from going down this path of learning options. And I can count on one hand the number of times that he disregarded my advice. I can count on one hand the number of times he did not listen to me. And this is one of those times. I'm not sure why. He ignored me. He disregarded his mentor's advice. And behind my back, went and learned options. And I can say now, after 4 years later, I am actually grateful. I'm thankful that he ignored that piece of advice. Okay. So you guys are all here because Rami had something about him knew this was a very big deal, and he trusted how he was being led by the Lord. And wisdom is to know when to listen to your mentor, and sometimes, rarely, it makes sense to follow your gut and trust your instinct and what God's saying. And Rami, it paid off for you and for all of us. We have a lot of very happy people that are grateful you went down this road. So I'm going to give you the floor and explain to people most people are here for the first time, have never heard of an option. What's an option? What are we talking about? Pedro, this sounds insane. How can we double our money in a year or in months? So Rami, I'm going to turn it over to you to create some context and really I think it's important that people hear your heart on what even got you going down this direction.
Yeah. Now, well, it's good to be back. I think I remember hearing for the first time a long time ago that it says something when you're welcomed back. It either is a good thing or it says, well, we're going to give this guy one more chance to get it right and see if that works. But no, in all honesty, it's like Pedro said. For me, Pedro, you just said something that I want to actually add to that I think is even more appropriate, and that is that the reality is it's the challenge with the traditional path. And you're going to see me kind of talk about this right now. I'm going to say some things Pedro's already hit on, but for the sake of taking you guys through this story, I'm going to say it again. But the problem with the traditional path is not that it does not work. As a financial advisor, as a fiduciary, I can tell you that the problem with the traditional path is not that it does not work. It works for some. The problem is that it may not work for you to get you to where it is you are trying to actually go in the time frame that you are trying to get there. The task of a good advisor, of a good financial advisor, is to help your clients solve the problems and accomplish the objectives that they're coming to you with. And here is the problem that led me down this road, just that convicted me that I needed to find a better solution. I was coming across folks last year alone, and this is just for context, everyone. You know, I had the privilege of sitting down in client meetings with over 547 clients. Or said another way, 547 times I sat down with current clients and potentially new people to find out about what was going on in their financial life. Why did they decide to schedule an appointment with me? What is it that they were hoping I could help them do to speak directly to why they decided to reach out? And am I actually able to help them do that? And in my industry, the challenge is this, that oftentimes you are taught, and I sought out guidance and mentorship, like Pedro said, some things I've been incredibly blessed to learn from him. And then as I grew and kind of took over the practice and started to scale, I looked for other mentors and people that could help as well. And the best financial firms that are out there, and the advice from most of the traditional financial firms was, hey, you should seek to work with people who have already established, Rami, a certain amount of wealth. And just so you guys are clear, said another way, if you were to go to any of the best top investment firms, wealth management firms, financial planners, generally 8 minimum times out of 10, they're going to have a minimum called an account minimum that they look for someone to have before they're willing to work with you. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a commercial where they're like, hey, if you have $1 million or more, click here or reach out, right? And what they're kind of indirectly saying is that if you don't already have at least a certain amount, whether it's $500,000 or $1 million or whatever it may be, then we may not be the best people for you to talk to. And as a kid who was born in West Africa, who came here with his family, who had to watch my parents work incredibly hard, I understood that. It doesn't make Wall Street advisors or traditional advisors evil. It doesn't make them evil. They're people looking to do well. It just means that's who they want to serve. And that is how they're taught. And that's perfectly fine. But I knew that as I was coming across people, in 2018, when Pedro launched 100X, we opened up the opportunity for folks who weren't the traditional individuals that maybe we were helping in the retirement world, to help them with guidance and ideas and strategies. And a lot of the people I was meeting were folks who were not already there. They did not already have $1 million or $2 million or even $500,000, or even if maybe they were close to that, they were really still trying to figure out, how do I take what I have and turn it into an income that can replace my paycheck so I can spend more time with my family, so that I can do, things that I've wanted to do, missionary trips. And I don't see a light at the end of the tunnel to do that. And all of the advice I'm hearing, Rami, you're not the first advisor that I've talked to, is that, hey, you need to work harder. You need to have more. You need to reduce your expenses. And obviously you want to have wisdom in making sure you don't live above your means. And I get all of those things, and there's truth to that. But what I was seeing was that there was a major disconnect, and the advice I was getting for some of the most accredited, accomplished financial professionals with the degrees, more letters behind their names, right, than the alphabet, was that, hey, it's very simple. You can't snap your fingers and solve 20 years worth of compounding for someone that they have not been able to do. They either have enough or they don't. And your job is to help the people that do. So my question was very simple. It was, what resource or solution can we provide for people who are still really searching for a way to do this? Or is the answer just, hey, well, you just got to continue to work, save as much as you can. And when you're 90, based on where you are today, then maybe you can pull this off. Or, hey, if you got $1 million, then you can produce $40,000 a month in income. That's 4%. Hopefully after taxes, that's enough for you to supplement the income that you need. And that's that. And even though there were strategies I learned that could maybe increase that by a bit, take it up, to 5%, 6%, the fact is that what I saw was, and it was kind of disheartening, was that there really wasn't a solution being provided. And here was the major moment for me that was a game changer. Again, it didn't make these individuals bad or evil. It just was that they were all working off of an assumption that had been accepted by the traditional financial world. And so long as every one of us, all the CFPs and financial advisors are working off that assumption, then this was the limiting factor in the conversation. So what is the assumption? The assumption was that the individuals you were talking to are not willing to learn how to become active participants and active investors, managing a part of their own money. They're coming to you to do it. And this is the best that we can do, so long as that's true. Because again, as Pedro mentioned, part of the financial incentives are obviously for you to manage other clients' assets. I mean, we charge a fee for managing money. That's part of how we earn in our practice. And that's fine as long as you are doing an incredible job for your clients. But again, what about the people who need to figure out a way to make monthly income, who need to take what they have and with the time they have left to do better than what the traditional financial world says? Is there really no solution? And the answer is no, there is a solution, but it does require you to be a more active participant. So I want to share with you guys what that solution is, so long as you are all able to make me a promise. And here's the promise. The promise is that, how many of you would say you would be willing to learn how to become a little bit more active in 2025 in stewarding your wealth than you've been in 2024 and before? That if it did require a little bit more work, but it could actually be the thing that could become a game changer, and it's not magic, it's simple, that you would be willing to be more active. Because that is truly what it's going to take. Everything is difficult until you understand it. And until you have a reason to understand it. So let me share this conversation and we'll get going. Okay, so take you through a few slides, everyone.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, guys. So real quick, before I'm not sure if you can see everybody on Zoom, but I'm here on Zoom. Okay. I think I just want to get a little bit more buy-in because I'm watching your faces and I'm watching a bunch of you guys. And it's important that we get this buy-in. What we're going to show you is going to require you to do more than you've done. What we're going to show you is going to require you to think differently, see yourself differently, learn something new, and do more than you've done so you can have more than you have. Just want to be super clear about that because, again, this is very real, and yet we're not selling lottery tickets. There's no handouts here. And I just want to make sure that we're all aware that, like, you and we have the results we have based on the thinking that we've had and the actions that we taken or have not taken. So how many of you, show me in your hand, show me with your chat, how many of you are willing to do more and be more active to collapse time so you can find a way so you can actually take an active involvement in multiplying money in your hands so we can take what takes decades into a year or less? Let me see, who is that? Wave at me, throw something in the chat. You're willing to be active to do something. Okay, all right, because we're not raising money for a fund. We're not going to ask you to invest in our fund and we're going to do it all for you. No. This is about you learning a skill set to multiply money in your hand. Okay, Rami, I wanted to make that really clear. The second thing is Rami's colleagues who in the financial advisory world told him, "What are you doing this for? Who cares about those people with smaller accounts? Not your problem. Just why don't you only work with millionaires?" That's what successful financial advisors do. When they're starting out, they work with anybody. But once they get more experienced, as they get better, they raise their account minimums. And because it's just, unfortunately, you can only take on so many clients. And we didn't want to do that with our firm. And yet we had to find a way to help someone who's only got $25,000, $100,000. What do we do? Other than just, oh, well, sorry, I guess never retire or find a way to live on $8 a month. So Rami pursued options. Yes, he had his own curiosity in the matter, but he had all these clients that we knew we could not help with traditional mechanisms. Okay, so Rami, I guess I'll make that super clear. But I just wanted to make sure people were super aware and bought in that this is about
that's really
them.
important.
It's about them becoming active. It's about them becoming active. Go ahead, Rob, take it away.
Yeah, so I'm going to share some things now. A few of this, Pedro's already done a great job in going through just now. So I'm just going to scan through or skip through it, everyone. But the reality is for today, we're going to finish on this conversation of how to multiply money with paper assets or your accounts that are market based, that are in the market. And the fact is, when you think about the financial world, there are only 3 levers that you can pull on. You either have to increase your income. Think about everything you've ever learned, every book, every course, everything. It either had to do with increasing your income, which is tied to skill sets, or it had to do with reducing your expenses, which has to do with your lifestyle. Or it had to do with the only other lever, which is if you're not going to increase your income or you're not going to reduce your expenses, then the only way to start to get ahead is to increase the return on your investments. So the current path Pedro talked about, and why that path, it works the way it does, is because of time. You have to, like I said, the traditional path of just hopefully get an 8 to 10% return over 25 to 30 years, it can work if in 2025, do you guys know that the updates are you have to minimum be saving 20 to 25% of your income annually, averaging a real annualized return of 8 to 10%, and give it 25 to 30 years for you to be able to use the traditional path and create, assuming you can create enough wealth in a portfolio that you can live off the interest. Okay? And if you do that, then, as Pedro mentioned, you have to try to make it work off the 4% rule, which, by the way, as of January 4, 2024 or 2025, Pedro, the update is actually 3.7%. The studies on the 4% rule, because of the expectations of the next 30 years from the stock and bond market and volatility, have reduced it to 3.7% so that people do not become, quote unquote, too aggressive and pull out more than they can afford to live on and sustain that. But as I just mentioned, the question was, what if there was a better way? And this whole conversation around learning a skill set, here's the one thing I want you guys to understand. Today is about creating awareness that this actually exists. It's not for you to gain mastery. It's not for you to get all of this down all the way. What you should walk away with is the fact that there is now an awareness that there is another solution. That is the key. Everything else will then start to fall in place. So what if there was a better way that allowed you to compound your money monthly versus yearly? This is basic math. If I can compound my money monthly, then I have 12 opportunities in a year versus just waiting for my annual return once a year. That is what allows you to dramatically reduce the years it takes to create wealth. And what if this actually was not just dependent on the stock market going up? Earlier today, we talked about the fact that the market moves in 3 different directions: up, sideways, and down. So what if I could actually still be able to consistently grow my wealth irregardless of which way the market was actually going? Well, to do that, you have to use the ultimate wealth formula. And this is something I learned about building wealth as a kid who was so infatuated about this idea is that the ultimate wealth formula includes leverage. The traditional formula is money and time and compounding interest. But what is leverage? Leverage is simply the ability to access more value with less effort and less capital. That's all you need to know right now. That is what leverage does. It gives you the ability to access more value with less capital and effort. So there's two choices we all are going to have after this Kingdom Wealth Workshop. The two choices are we can choose to solely be passive investors, where we put money in accounts and we hope over time they compound. Or we look for investments where maybe there's some leverage like real estate, but we're just putting money in and we're passive. Or we can choose to be active investors. And the difference is active investors use a skill set and leverage. So how would we do this? Well, we need a tool that would allow us, we need to be able to compound our returns more frequently than just once a year. That's the first thing that you guys have to understand. Active investors are looking at not just the annual return, but what am I making monthly? And can I continue to compound that? We need a tool that gives us leverage, but here's the key. Please understand this because this is something that's very important for me than what I've seen out there. We need a system that can teach us on how to use leverage wisely. If you try to just look for leverage and you do not learn a system and a skill set, then you will only accelerate your losses. We need a system that can teach us how to use leverage wisely. We need to actually have a skill set. And so the tool, and I want to create just some awareness around this and give you guys a couple examples that we're going to talk about is something called an option contract. Now, I know some of you said, I've heard about options before. Don't I have to sit in front of the computer all day? I saw some of the comments. No. All you need to know today, for the sake of today, is that an options contract is a tool that gives you leverage. Write that down. It is a tool that gives me leverage. And more specifically, it allows the person who is holding the contract the right, but not the obligation to buy or sell a stock at a specific price prior to or on a specific date. The first time you hear something, you're creating awareness around it. It doesn't all need to stick right away. But now you know that there's a tool called an option contract, and that tool gives you leverage. All options contracts are comprised of 100 shares of the underlying stock or asset. That means if I have one contract, it gives me the right to control 100 shares of stock that I don't actually own today. So I want to give you a couple examples of a few things that happened. Now, when I first actually put these slides together, we were having this conversation in November of 2024. So while the price of a couple of these examples I'm going to share with you is different today, the point is the same. And that's what I want you all to see. Now, there is a stock I think we've all heard of here in the US. It's a small company. Their name's Costco. How many of you have got a Costco when you want free food? You get a membership just to stand in line and get samples? Anyone else in that boat? Yeah, see you guys saying yes. Costco is a great company. Now, here's the interesting thing about Costco, right? Back in 2023, you could have just bought Costco for around $630, $640. And if you had just done that and held Costco all the way up until November, Costco had moved from that around $640 all the way up to $870, almost at one point $920. How many of you would not mind having that happen to your portfolio? Right? So here's the interesting thing about buying a stock versus buying an option. If you had purchased 100 shares of Costco on January 2nd, 2024, it would have cost you $65,000. And when I first gave this presentation, Costco was trading around $871, which means you could have sold your shares for $87,134. And that would have made you a gain of about $22,000 or 33% in 10 months. That's certainly not bad. That is incredible. And obviously this doesn't happen all the time with stocks, but it's great when it does. But here's the thing. I could have on that exact same day, that same month, I could have bought the January 17th, 2024 $645 call option. And it would have cost me $75.60. So I have to multiply that by 100. So meaning I would have spent $7,565 versus what? Versus spending $65,000. Maybe I don't have $65,000, or I don't want to use a $65,000 on one stock. So I could have spent $7,500, just a little bit over. And at the exact same time in November, that contract that I bought for $75, everyone, it had gained value and it was worth $165 or $16,532. So that means because Costco went up, I could have made a 118% return versus 33%. How many of you think that sounds a bit better? I could have over doubled my account, double my money with less capital at risk. Less capital, greater return. Do I expect all of you to remember everything and be options experts now? No. But you know what I do expect? I expect you to realize now that there is a tool that gives you the ability to use a system that can allow you to create more wealth. That is the big takeaway. That is what you should be walking away with. The first time I heard this, I was a financial advisor and I didn't remember every acronym the person who was presenting said. And I'm in the industry, guys. And I was trying to have him slow down and back up, and that wasn't the point. The point was, okay, now I know there may be a solution for people like my parents who didn't have a ton and didn't seek out help because they didn't want to feel embarrassed. But if someone could have shown them that there was a path, if they were willing to learn, I know they would have been willing to learn. I believe that they would have been willing to be more active. And I know that could have had an impact in our family's life. But that's not what Wall Street presented. Oh, it's too risky. Really? Can you present the information and allow people to be educated and make an adult decision about the pros and cons of something? One more. There's an even smaller company that some of you have heard of. Amazon. How many of you guys?
Robin,
Yeah.
let me just jump in real quick. It's be careful when people tell you something's too risky. Well, if it's so risky, why are you doing it? If this is bad for me, how come you guys are doing it? And that's what they're doing. Right?
That's very true.
Be careful when people, oh no, oh, it's too risky. Oh, you don't want to go there. Well, why not? Why not? Now, of course, anytime we're using leverage, my friend, understand this concept of leverage. Anytime we're using leverage, we need wisdom. Wisdom is a force multiplier. Okay? I don't want to get controversial, but let's talk about a gun, for example. A gun has leverage. Can we agree a gun has leverage? A gun has leverage. It's this little device that can, with a very small pull of a trigger, can exert a massive force and send out a bullet to the target. That gun has massive leverage. In the hands of a criminal, in the hands of a baby, leverage in the wrong hands can create accidents and can be used in non-good ways. A gun in the hand of a law enforcement professional brings safety. Okay, so anytime we're talking about leverage, we're talking about learning a powerful force that requires wisdom to yield it and steward it well. Okay, but again, be careful of people. Again, not trying to get political. I brought up guns just to prove a point. I just so you guys know, I'm already here. I don't own a gun. I don't own a gun. But as soon as the government tells me I can't own a gun, all of a sudden I'm thinking about going and get a gun. I wasn't even thinking about getting a gun. He told me I couldn't have one. And I was like, well, wait a minute. How come I can't have one, but you can have 100? Right. Options are too risky for me, but that's what you guys are doing with our money. Wait a minute. So I just want to give you guys the truth and help you understand why you have not heard more about this. Rami, you did an amazing job. I'll throw it back to you.
Awesome. And so I'm watching some of the questions in the comments, everyone. Just I'll speak to some of these things because they're very common. I even had them too. Can I do this in my retirement account? Should I even do this? Don't worry about all of that for a moment. Okay. I just want you to see that this exists and really how this tool works. It gives you the ability to access more value. So really quick, Amazon. Amazon is another company that we all know and it's pretty much taken over the world. And in Amazon, the same thing happened. If you had purchased, if you could have in January of 2024 purchased 100 shares of Amazon, a pretty consistent and good, great company, and it would have cost you about $14,993. So you didn't need $65,000. You could have bought Amazon. And in November 1st, when we were talking about this, Amazon had moved up from $149 to $197, which means you could have sold all of those shares for $19,793. You bought them for $14,993. You sold them for $19,793. That means you would have made a gain of $4,800, 32% in 10 months. Not bad. However, what if I didn't even have 14,000? Well, I could have learned a skill set and I could have at the exact same time in January bought one call option on Amazon, the 150 call option on Amazon, and it would have cost me $23.25. So again, $23.25 times 100, that's $2,325. For $2,325, I could have still participated in a great company that has a strong track record. And at the exact same time when Amazon had moved up all the way to $197, that option had gained value. And it was now trading not for $23, it was trading for $38.77, for $3,877. That means that represented 166% return in the same 10 months that many of us have, or many people have Amazon and the ETFs, the index funds, the mutual funds that are in their portfolios that did not get anywhere close to even 23% return. So less capital for a greater return. So what's the main point? The main point is that an options contract is a tool that gives you the power to use leverage and increase both the size of the return and the time frame in which you can compound your return. But like any tool, it requires a skilled user. I hope you understand that point, people, because I've been on too many things, and I know as a kid who used to just try to sneak into the investment rooms and the hotels for real estate after watching the commercials at night, when you're trying to learn something and then you click this button to buy this, and the point is you have to be willing to learn the skill. It requires a skilled user. This is not get rich quick. This is gain skill sets that give you the ability to have something no one can take away from you, knowledge that can have a financial impact in your family's life. So I have a question for you. And I know we're talking about doubling money faster, but I just want to give you guys some quick context as I turn it back to Pedro and share one other point that you guys are asking that I'm already going to make. But here's the point I want to make, because what if you could use a skill set? I want you to really think about this. Okay. What if you could use a skill set that allowed you to use leverage wisely, and the result was that you were now generating 2 to 3% a month? What if you were looking at your account and all that was happening now was you had learned, Carrie, a skill set no matter what, and the skill set was allowing you to generate 2 to 3% a month, and it was only requiring you to use 3 hours a week? What would be the difference over time if you could honestly grow your wealth at that rate? Well, if you were a passive investor, let's go back to Pedro's example, it's the last two, and you had $10,000 in an account in a portfolio, and you were compounding that portfolio at 10% a year for over a 20-year period. Well, that 10,000 would turn into 67,275. If I had $10,000 and I could just grow it at just over 2% a month, that same $10,000, if I never put anything else in it, over that same 20-year period, I don't end up with 67,000. I end up with 867,000. Because I had a tool that gave me leverage and I was able to learn the skill set. So my final thoughts for all of you is, please do not forsake small beginnings. You would be shocked at how many times I have seen people over the years who I've met through 100X, and I see them at some of the events, at some of these calls, and they're like, Rami, I've been meaning to reach out. I've been meaning to talk to you guys, but I don't have any money yet. Do not forsake small beginnings. Do not be afraid to do something. Some of the comments are, I feel like I don't really understand this, Rami. I'm not in the options world. I'm not in the stock market world. That's fine. Do not be afraid to learn and do something because of the time you think it's going to take you. Guess what? I have some news for you guys. That time is going to pass anyway. Those years and those months are going to go back anyway. Do you know how many people I've seen 6 years ago, they were telling me the same thing they're telling me now, and they haven't done anything or gotten anywhere because they're still waiting for the perfect time, or they were intimidated because they didn't understand an option the first time they heard it. Guess what? I had years of experience and managing millions of dollars, and I didn't understand it the first time. Oh, you think that's bad? Go talk to your advisor. And this doesn't make them evil. That's not their area of expertise. You'd be shocked at how little most financial advisors understand options. And I can give you guys cold, hard proof of that one. And just one last point. I learned this a long time ago because I thought the same thing. When I started to learn how to trade, I was like, man, but this really truly isn't the right time. Pedro's right. This was 5 years ago. You know, I have this going on, and we're having our boys were just born, and we were getting ready to have kids, and then our boys were born early, and we were in the NICU, and it was but this, but that, and here's why I can't do this right now. And here's what I've learned. When you argue for your limitations in life, whether you think the limitation is time, you think the limitation is the lack of money, or you think the limitation is you not understanding things. When you argue for limitations in life, do you know what you get to do? You get to keep those limitations since you're defending them so well. You sometimes have to be willing to get out of your own way. And I can tell you guys now, in turning it over, Pedro, and everyone, that the difference for me was I had a skill set you guys did not have, but I shared the skill set with you yesterday. And the skill set wasn't a financial skill set. It wasn't a degree. It wasn't my background in finance. The skill set I had that allowed me to finally get breakthrough was in knowing the difference between a teacher and a mentor. Because I sat on webinars, I clicked, I bought the courses, I paid to be in the things to learn, and I had to piece it together, and I had to spend a little bit of a king's ransom to figure this out. And the reason I kept going is because I did feel like even when the advisors in my industry said, Rami, you have a conflict of interest. You are trying to teach people how to fire you if they learn how to manage their own money. Do you understand that? Why would they need you if they can do this themselves? And if they could even get close to what you're saying can happen with an option? Well, you're making yourself obsolete. And I just felt that that wasn't the case. And I felt that even if it was, that, okay, I just have to trust that there's a reason that God, I want to learn this for myself, but that I feel like there's people that are willing, if you give them an option, to choose. Not everyone's going to say yes, but that's fine. And so I kept going. And the reason I kept going was because of one thing. I wasn't looking for a course that I had to then go try to piece together for myself. The reason I had success in life is because I had a mentor who could teach me, guide me, and who had paid a significant price, and they were willing to show me the truth of their failure. That's the story of Pedro and I. And it wasn't until I clicked on a link that I was going to delete because I was tired of being on everyone's email list. I was like, okay, this is overwhelming now. I need to get off of these people's emails list because this is my main inbox. I don't want to have to go create a new email address. That's what happens when you just start buying stuff. And there was one email that I clicked on, and it was an options course that I had already taken from an individual anyway. And I had learned a lot about the secret of how professionals use options. But he said something that was the reason I didn't delete it. And he said something no one else had said to me. And that was that he said, hey, no matter what you decide to do with this information, I hope God blesses you and your family in the new year. And when he said that, something hit me, because in the world of, trading and learning how to invest, I had not heard anyone say that and be willing to say that on an email to their email list. And I valued that. And so I reached out to this individual. I said, hey, I know that your window for this offer is already closed. I know I missed the window to buy this, but I would really like to be a part of this. And I know it's been going on for a while. Could you make an exception here? And they said, hey, I'd hate to charge you for this. We're already kind of halfway through this group. It's a mentoring group. And I said, hey, don't worry, I'm a fast learner. I think I could pick up, pretty quick. And I really want to ask you some questions. And so after meeting this individual and becoming a part of their community, their private mentoring community, I realized something as I was speaking to that individual and hearing their story. And I was able to see that this was someone who had paid a significant price, was showing me the landmines and the scars. And I had, for the second time in 12 years, been able to have God point me to a mentor versus a teacher. And that was the moment in which I went back to Pedro, because I had already been learning trading for a couple years, but I had not found someone in that world the way I had found Pedro. I had not had that type of breakthrough yet. And that's when I said, hey, I really believe, Pedro. I know you don't know this, but I've already made the investment. I've already learned. I've already been doing this. We can get to that later. I know you said no, don't worry about it, but don't worry about that. I need you to hear me about this person I met. And that is what led me to this conversation of saying, now that I know that there's someone who's had 18 years of experience. See, I had been doing it for 4 years, but guys, just so you understand, I did not consider myself a mentor at that point. You could be in the market for a couple years, have some success, and haven't really actually lived through the cycles of the market and the economy, and not know how to react when times are not as good. And when I met Jeff and I had seen his story of 17 years of ups and downs, booms and busts, high interest, low interest, financial collapse, tech bubble, and seeing what he had done, I then knew that, okay, now I think we have a way to help people who want to be helped, who are willing to be helped. So I want you guys to be able to hear directly from the individual that allowed me to have the breakthrough I've had in this world, the same way that happened for me in the financial world, that he was already teaching people and completely was willing and had a heart of a teacher to help have an impact in people's lives. And that is none other than Mr. Jeff Ziegler. So Jeff, if you're here, and we had a pretty cool story of Jeff and him saying, wait a minute, you said your mentor's who? And I said, oh, Pedro Dale. He's like, Pedro Dale? I love Pedro Dale. I know Pedro. And I was like, what? You guys got to connect. So I want you guys to hear from Jeff and Pedro. And so Pedro, I'll turn it over to you. I don't know if Jeff's on, but turn it over to you.
Yeah, Jeff's here. Jeff, can you talk? Make sure your mic is good.
Okay.
Yes, you go here. So
Fantastic. Thanks, Ron.
awesome. Well, Jeff, I'm going to let you share your story a little bit, but Rami kind of already said the most important things. When Rami came to me, like, hey, remember that time you told me to not do this? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, I kind of did it anyways. It's been 4 years. I've invested $75,000 to learn this, and I've spent 4 years going down this rabbit hole called option trading. I was like, you did what?
I can see you saying that. Yep.
And that was maybe before my revelation about cussing. That was before I got the conviction around cussing. So maybe cussed a little. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, but I gotta tell you, like, here's what I've learned. Here's what I'm doing. And he began to show me what he was doing. And to be honest, I just did not believe him, even though Rami, I can't remember him ever lying to me. But when he showed me what he was doing in this world of options, which I knew nothing about. I knew what an option was. I had passed exams and I knew what an option was. I didn't know how to trade options. I didn't know this even existed. And write this down. We tend to fear what we don't know. We tend to fear what we don't know. And so without any information, without having any real facts, without having any place of wisdom to make an assessment. I just already didn't like this idea. Okay. That was out of ignorance, not wisdom. Okay. And it was out of fear. I was afraid Rami would get distracted and waste his time on something that ends up being a dead end. How many of you guys have been on some dead end trails before? You thought something was amazing and you found out, oh, that's not how it's turned. Nope. They made it look one way, but it really isn't. Okay. And I didn't know anyone that really was doing options. And so when Rami's like, I've been doing this, I'm having great success doing this. Here's what I'm doing. I really didn't believe him. And he's like, I need you to meet my mentor. And so Rami got Jeff and I on a FaceTime. And then I remember Jeff and I had met before, and he had been following the work I was doing in 100X and Kingdom Entrepreneurship. And then I'm like, all right, bro, what's your story? Like, I think I was nice to you, Jeff. I was nice, I think.
No, you were
Maybe.
super nice.
But I was,
You
but I
believe
was
me,
also,
but you were
but I
super
was
nice.
also, yeah. But I was also very blunt and direct. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe what you're saying, because what I saw, what Jeff showed me, from my limited understanding, did not seem to be possible. And I'm a accredited investor in this world. And yet what they showed me, it kind of broke my brain a little bit. How many of you having your brain broke a little bit here in this workshop past couple days? Okay. That's not a problem. And you got to be aware, like, dude, that broke my brain. Like, that doesn't even seem true or be right. How can that be? Okay. Wisdom is to explore, like, okay, what? So I actually made Jeff prove to me what he was showing me was true. And I put him through the absolute ringer to prove what he was showing me was real, was accurate. You know how many fakers and scammers there are out there? And I couldn't just bring somebody and endorse somebody without really knowing that they were really who they said they were and actually were generating what they were generating. So I literally put Jeff through the ringer. And what impressed me the most about you, Jeff, was one, how long you've been doing this. Which, Jeff, for clarity's sake, how long have you been literally like a option trader, literally full time, supporting your family doing this?
November 6th, 2000 and I'm sorry, it was November 11th, 2006 is when I called in well to my job, walked away.
November
11th,
2006. Okay. So we're coming up on
18 years.
18 years that you've supported your family. You walked away from a corporate career. You were doing very well with your job.
Yeah, I can share a little bit about that if you want me to.
Yeah, I'll have you share that. And then also, I want to talk, Jeff, about your unique approach to options.
Yeah.
Because my friends, there's lots of different ways and strategies to try to make money with options. What drew me to wanting to bring Jeff into our community and share him with all of you and our clients and customers was the specific strategy that he has mastered, which I think of all the different ways to use options, I think for me, it seemed to be the best way to get someone started learning how to multiply money with options. Is what I saw in Jeff's system, and it's what really had me feel like I had to bring this to our current 100X customers. And we brought that to my current clients for the first time a year ago, last October. So it's been a little over a year. We did it as kind of like a pilot beta test. We say, hey guys, there's something I found. I think it will help you. And we only offered it internally. And what happened within a matter of months was just very surprising to me. And then we opened it up again, and now we keep offering it. We saw people that were struggling to launch a business because 100X has always been Kingdom Entrepreneurship Training, helping people launch business, become a coach, a mentor, create a product or service, or grow their business. And we've seen a lot of people that tried to get their offer off the ground, launch an online something, and just were struggling a little bit. But then I saw those same people that were struggling in entrepreneurship come over here, learn this skill set that didn't require an offer, a funnel, ads, social media, didn't require an email, didn't require you selling anything, to literally from a laptop and an internet connection on your home, learn a system to trade options in the public market, and they were having success. It just kind of changed the game for me. And so, Jeff, why don't you walk me through your backstory a little bit?
Yeah.
And then I want to have you pull up your simple log that you've been keeping to just
Yeah.
kind of showcase a little bit about your system. And then, guys, we're going to have you hear from some people that have been doing this for a little bit and when it's meant to them. And then we'll probably be done for the day. So, Jeff, just real quick, why options? How did you even get into this in the first place?
Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for having me, Pedro. Appreciate you, buddy. Ram, that was awesome. Love working with you. He's a great guy. You guys, just amazing. I'll briefly, this is going to be brief. I mean, maybe 2 minutes. I got into option trading. And I think it's going to be important for you guys to kind of hear this, because there's probably a few of you that are like me. Again, I started in 2005 is when I really started. And that year, what had happened is my wife and I had just had our 5th son. I was working a lot, as you do when you're a young dad, trying to hustle and climb the ladder. I was making great money, had a company truck, all the perks of being a VP. But what I didn't have that I really wanted was freedom. And I really just couldn't imagine, having another 30 years of my life being like this, only getting a couple of weeks off, with my family. And during that time, I was, basically that dad who was constantly traveling, never present. I was at work thinking about my family. When I was at home, thinking about work, constantly had a cell phone glued to my ear. You probably might know what that's like if you've got a really, job that's pressing. So I started kind of looking for a way out. Because I wanted to be that dad who was present, and I wanted flexibility. I wanted to be able to live anywhere. I wanted it at the current time we were living in Arizona. My wife and I, Tina, who are both from Colorado, had moved to Arizona because of my job. But you know what? The grandparents kind of get a little itchy after you had your 5th son, and they're like, you need to bring them babies home. So I was like feeling this pressure. Like, what am I going to do? I needed something I could do from anywhere. And that was 2005. And then my eyes were opened to the power of option trading. And specifically, Pedro kind of said it a little bit, is the selling of options. So you know what's unbelievable here is I thought to myself, you know what? If this is really true, if a normal guy like myself who didn't go to school to manage money, who doesn't have a finance degree, can actually do this, if I could compress time instead of working 30 years and finish a little bit earlier so I could spend more time with my family. And I had dedicated 5 years. I said, if I can do this in 5 years and replace my income being an option trader, I'm going to make it work. And you guys, it didn't take 5 years. It took me 18 months. And as I told Pedro just a second ago, in November of 2006, I had walked away from my job, moved my family back to Colorado in 2009, 18 years ago. It allowed me to have so much time with my sons while they were growing up. And it moved from, me making income to multiplication and growing my account. So I just needed to break out of the status quo. And I wanted my sons to become godly young men. And I knew that was going to require time. So I passed along this skill set to them. They're really good, option traders, and they actually help in the community with everybody who's in there. So that's pretty much it, Pedro. I can, bring up my, deck if you want me to, and you can take a look at that.
Yeah. So Jeff, I mean, obviously almost 20 years trading options. And again, my friends, just so you understand that the value of mentorship is a true mentor has paid a price. A father, more than a mentor, even a father, someone who has a father's heart for you and a mentor's heart for you. Here's how you know. They've paid a price in money and time that now they're willing to give you access to that breakthrough much without having to pay the same price they paid. So Jeff, obviously you've spent 18 years perfecting this skill set. In terms of the amount of money you've invested in different trainings and coaching and program, I think the very first investment you made to learn this skill set, which sounds like crazy to me, but the very first stock trading program you invested in was how long ago, Jeff?
That was 2005 with a company called Invest Tools. I joined their PhD program and I paid $25,000. That was the first investment.
Cold turkey, knows nothing about the space. First investment, boom, 25 grand. And that's $25,000, what, darn near 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. When 25,000 was a lot of money.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, Tina was a little like, wow, that's a lot of money. I was like, yeah, it is. I'm going to do it.
Jeff, is that not, I mean, first of all, you were committed. You just, you saw a solution to a problem that you had, and it shows that you were committed to really getting this outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Okay. Now, since then, Jeff, that wasn't the only program you've bought. So just let us know over the 17, 18 years, how much money you think you've invested personally into different mentors, trainings, coaching programs to help you refine your skill sets now being a master trader at this level?
It's over 300,000.
Okay. Friends, I'd write that down. I would write that down. $300,000 of paid education that Jeff has paid into becoming who he is today. Now, here's what I want you to see, Jeff. I want you to show them what you showed me that got me very interested in wanting to bring this and share it with our community. Okay. And so my friends, catch this. This is not to teach you how to trade options. Okay. Like when there's no one that can teach you how to trade options in 3 days. Nobody. There's no amount of money you can pay. There's no amount of money. You're like, Pedro, here's $1 million. Teach me options in 3 days. Cannot be done. Okay. So absolutely, we couldn't teach you how to do this in 3 days. What we can do in 3 days is help you become very aware of how you got to where you are, the things you've done well, the things maybe you haven't done as well, and help present you with opportunities that you can see on how you can change your situation through this concept called an option and through a specific strategy. Now, like I said, there's many different ways that you can participate in options. A lot of what's out there is very, very speculative, right? I've seen other options programs and trainings, and really it felt like gambling to me. Right? They were talking about these 1,000% returns, these home runs that they were hitting. And anytime someone is bragging about making 1,000%, 8,000% on these trades, right? Here's what you have to know. They must be taking significant amount of risk, and it means they're probably also taking massive losses. How many of you guys know gamblers? And they always tell you about their winnings when they won big, and they never tell you about when they lost. I kind of felt that was true about when I would see these different option ads and people, and it turned me off to it. But when I saw Jeff's system, I saw a system that was built on wisdom. It wasn't built on trying to hit grand slam home runs, but it was built on just, hitting singles, just taking very metered trades, having a very systemic approach, and being able to earn and generate returns systematically. None of them is outrageous. Not any one of these is this crazy return. But when you add up, how many of you guys know if you add up a lot of nickels, add up a lot of dimes, eventually it can be. So that's why Jeff, I was drawn to your system. So Jeff, so basically walk us through what we have here, because we basically have a log, and this is a log.
I'm going to give you a little backstory. You're missing. Remember the important part? Rami came to me and said, there's no way you're going to get Pedro's attention unless you do something crazy. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And so he's like, you just do some active stuff here. So you guys, what I did is I just took $10,000 because my account's much bigger than 10,000. And I just wanted to show that normal people could do this. So we started in, it was the last day of July 2023. And I traded this up until it hit like 30 grand, 35 grand. And that's when we called Pedro. I was like, okay. And so that went from, that was just over 2 months. So we went August, September, October, contacted Pedro, and this is when we showed him. And then, so that I wanted to give a little backstory on that because I thought that was really awesome.
Yeah. So Jeff starts with $10,000. Rami puts him up to this, says, hey, you're gonna have to show Pedro something to get his interest and to get his attention. So Jeff's like, okay, here's what I can do. I'll take a $10,000 account. Why 10,000? Because how many of you don't have $1 million to trade? Just raise your hand. How many guys don't have $1 million? How many guys don't even have 100,000? Okay. So I was like, so Jeff knew that for a lot of our audience, they wouldn't have 100,000 or $1 million to trade. He thought, well, what about 10,000? There's a lot of people that can probably put together $10,000, right? So we started with 10,000 as a number that either most people, adults, have or can get access to if we're just being resourceful. So Jeff took $10,000 and he literally logged every single trade he took following his system. Okay. His system is what you have a chance to learn. You're going to learn more about that. Okay. But as you can tell, I mean, he's trading, he's logging every trade, what it is, in, out, what he's doing. It's all right there. I had Jeff get me screenshots of every single trade he took from his software, from the back office. I had Jeff prove and send me screenshots of every single one of these trades. So I knew this wasn't just some make-believe phony spreadsheet. And look what happened. Starting at that first trade in July of 31st with $10,000, Jeff, you were able to have that 10,000. We've been talking a lot about doubling money on this call, right? We've been talking about that your biggest financial problem is not knowing how to double money fast enough. You guys remember that conversation? So what Jeff did here is using his system, and this is Jeff, right? Jeff's been doing this a long time, using his system, the same system that we're going to give you a chance to learn in a little bit here. But it took you, Jeff, from July 31st, if we can scroll down, Jeff, it took you from July 31st, to
so 831. So a month to double it.
Jeff doubled his account from 10,000 to 20,000 in 1 month. Okay, let me pause right there because I just showed you a couple hours ago that earning 10% a year would take you 7 years to double money. Okay. 10% a year would take 7 years to double money. Then I asked you, hey, what if there was a way to double money in a year, not a decade? And you guys got very excited. And now we're not talking about doubling money in a year. Jeff is showing you a systematic approach that he's learned, and now we've taught to hundreds of people how he was able to double a $10,000 account in a month. And like, well, Pedro, did Jeff just have a good month? Well, I don't know, because then, Jeff, now you're at $20,000. You took that $20,000 and you turned it into $30,000. It went from 831 to what?
So 10-4 is
a little over a month.
Yeah, and guys too, just know like when you see these red numbers in here like this, that's a loss. So the rest of them are little wins along the way. So yeah, another month, just over a month, and then we hit 30,000.
Okay, so now 2 months of actively and Jeff, I mean, it looks like you're taking a trade. You're placing a trade, what, every few days here? Like how obviously it took you a long time to learn this, but in terms of the time you're taking to do the research and then take these trades, how much time is it taking to actually research and then place these trades? Because a lot of people think this is like day trading and you're at your computer all day, every day. And And I think that's kind of a misconception people have with what you do. So about how much time would you say you were putting in to research this, take the trades, keep an eye on it? What would you think?
Well, I actively trade other things, but with credit spreads, I probably spend an hour, maybe, but now more than that now because we got so many people that are asking questions and that. But me actually trading, our broker has an alert system. So I just set alerts, and when they trigger, then I pull up the thing. So really, maybe 15, 20 minutes a day.
And that's because now you're good at it, right?
Yeah.
But we do have students that now are spending about an hour or so a day.
Yeah. And that's
And they're
recommended
taking
for sure.
and they're taking very similar, if not identical trades. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. So 10,000 became 20 in about a month. 20 became 30 in about a month later. 30 became 40,000, Jeff, when?
First in November.
About a month later.
Yeah.
40 became 50. About what?
40 became 50 in just
About 5
month-
weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
5
month and a
weeks.
half later.
Yep, month and a half.
And this is when, guys, I was like, okay, we've got to let more people take a look at this. Now, Jeff, help people understand this, that how is it that your system is right so often? There are some reds. How many of you guys can see? Like there is some reds mixed in here. Okay. There is some red. So nothing is perfect. Nothing is always going to work. You definitely took a few losses here and a couple of break-even trades, right? But Jeff, can you explain, because this is what really surprised me about your system, is how your system was so consistent. Remember, risk reward. Risk reward, right? Is how does your system put risk reward so much in the favor of you train this way? Because typically when I think of options, I would expect a lot more losers than winners. Most people who trade options lose a lot more than they're right, but when they're right, they just make so much more. So they're counting on being right less and making a ton more when they're right. Whereas with Jeff, with your system, I liked how it was just kind of it seemed very systematic and methodical. So Jeff, can you just give a little bit of the secret sauce as to, from a concept perspective, what makes this different than anything else that people typically have seen or is available in the realm of option trading?
Yeah. So the reason options get a bad rap and they're considered risky, and you hear so many people say that, is because investors, traders, people that want to learn about options are taught how to buy them first. And what they're taught to buy is an option that doesn't have the math behind it. So everything in options is related to math. And if you don't know math, don't worry about it. I wasn't great at math either. It's all provided in a broker's back office. But I can look at the option chain and I can see an option that only has a 15% chance of making money, that all the speculators are buying. We take the other side of that and we sell those options. So the odds right from the very beginning is between 85% and 70% on the trades we're taking. So I just learned how to identify where the math is, and I teach everybody how to do that, kind of pull back the hood. So we're actually selling those options and bringing a premium. Now it's capped on the amount of money we can make. I can't make 1,000% return as a seller, but I really don't care about that because I'm playing the math. And so you just have to ask yourself, would you rather have, in any game at all, like 50-50 chance, 70-30? I'm kind of like, if I'm going to play in the youth football league, I'm bringing the Denver Broncos. I want 100% chance I'm going to win that league. So that's the way I look at option trading. And that's the way I teach people, is to put that other hat on and think in the terms of the percentages and being like, hey, would I rather buy this and have a 15% chance of making money, or sell it and have an 85% chance of making money? And that's basically all it is.
And that's really, at this point, my friends, all we're hoping you understand is there's this thing called options, which allows you to get leverage in the stock market. When you just have money in the market, when you just have your 401k, your IRA, when you got there's no leverage on that. You've learned there's this thing called options that gives you leverage, 100x leverage to be precise. And now you're learning that you can buy these or you can sell them. Now, when you buy them and you're right, you can make a lot of money.
I made a lot today.
You can make a lot of money. And Jeff, there is a time to buy, right?
Yeah, there
There's
is.
a time
Totally.
to buy options. However, what Jeff has found is that more often than not, more times than not, Jeff's been doing this for 17, almost 18 plus years. What Jeff has found is more often than not, it makes more sense. You put the risk reward on your favor by being a seller and not a buyer. And yet there's times strategically, Jeff, where there is time to buy. But to start out with, what we have experienced is over Jeff's career, it's way better to teach people who are new to this how to start off having consistent wins. How many of you know that it would help your confidence when you're learning something new to be right more than you're wrong? How many of you know that when you're learning something new and you're just getting started, being able to follow a very strict proven system where you're going to be right 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 times if you follow the system, that's going to be better for you as a protege, as a mentee. That's going to help you get your confidence rather than trying to learn something where you're going to end up being wrong 7, 8 out of 9, 10 times, hoping to get lucky a few times and then just, hoping it all works out. And a lot of what I see out there is really more hoping and speculation. But here's the problem. Greed sells. Showing people crazy returns, showing people outlandish, oh, look what you can make, right? Appealing to people's greed. If I can just be very blunt here, the easiest people to manipulate and exploit are people who are victims that have orphan thinking, who are looking to be saved and rescued. And that's why marketers show crazy returns and they show outlandish things, because literally, secretly, most people are looking to be rescued. And what I love the most about your system, Jeff, we're not out here talking, it sounds crazy even to talk about doubling money in the course of a year. Yet there's people that we know in our programs are doing even that. And yet, understand this, that this is actually a conservative way to trade in this world. And again, we have found that teaching you how to take these type of trades, learn the principles, learn the mindset of a trader, learn how to see these charts and understand them. There will be a time where you'll want to then go learn buying from Jeff. There will be a time to go learn how to make these bigger trades and make these bigger returns. However, we have found when you're brand new and God's still, renewing your mind, and we're breaking off poverty and limiting beliefs, you're coming out of scarcity. We have found it was so smart to start with a system like this. And so I want to have you hear from a few people, okay, who have been doing this for a little bit, people that did not have prior experience to this. I think a question we get a lot, Jeff, is, hey, I'm new to all of this. That's true of almost everyone that has been a part of this world. And so I want to bring on real quick Samantha Taylor. Samantha, you mind coming on here real quick? How many of you guys want to hear from some people that have just took the leap in and learned this and what their experience has been? Hey, Samantha, how are you?
Great.
Hey, thanks for jumping on.
Sorry about the lighting. I'm out of the country, so I threw together what I've got.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, just real quick, Samantha, I know we're getting towards the end of our day here. Just what's been your experience? Where were you before you jumped? I know you've been with us. You are a kingdom entrepreneur. You have an amazing health and fitness business that you do and you run. And I didn't even know that you were so involved with options until you were at my house the other day, because I just know you as Samantha, the health and fitness lady. but something about options caught your attention and you've begun learning it. So I guess where were you at before you saw options? And then kind of what's happened why did you jump into this, learning this? And then kind of maybe kind of where you're at now. And you can just share, don't share financial results, but you can talk about trades that you've made and how many trades and more or less those things. But if you can just give us that perspective, that'd be very helpful for most people, I think.
Yeah, so I came into this with zero experience. I had never even, considered doing anything with something like this. So it was very foreign to me. And it felt very overwhelming because I didn't know the language. I didn't know the lingo. It was just, it was overwhelming at first. But I trust Pedro and I trust his knowledge. And when they presented this as an opportunity, I realized that the only way I'm going to get over that is to learn the skill and understand what they're doing, and knowing that I can trust who I'm listening to, and then learning the character of Jeff and Rami, and how these are just real hearted people that are just, you can trust. And I just knew going into this that the only way to break that fear was to jump in and actually learn what I was doing. So I went all in and I started studying all the courses. I was showing up at all the classes, and just quickly found that as I applied the knowledge, even though at first it sounded like a different language, sometimes that's how it's going to be, but you just keep showing up and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I know that term. I heard that before. And you get more confident. And I was also so impressed when they showed us that they trade on the biggest companies in the world. It's not like we're just trading on, somebody that sells widgets in a foreign country. We're trading on Microsoft and Apple and Amazon. I mean, that impressed me. And I thought, wow, that's pretty amazing to be able to know that we could trade the biggest companies and not even know anything about this. So that's originally, what inspired me to take action.
And then how has it been? So obviously you came into this, Samantha, and this was all new to you. And I think you share about that a little bit. I think a lot of people, even on this call, I've seen a little bit of the comments like, oh, this is over my head. I don't understand this. I know nothing about this. And if I can just be, very in love, just a little bit blunt, of course you know nothing about this. Like, you're hearing about this for the first time, right? Like,
Yeah.
and who cares? So what? Like, the fact is, like, if you want to go learn another language, you don't know how to speak Spanish. You don't know how to speak Italian, but you're learning a new language. Like, the problem with many of us is we've just forgotten how to be students and how to learn stuff. And so all of a sudden we encounter something new and we freak out. Why would you understand or know this? It's brand new to you. So I would just encourage you, again, a healthy son embraces learning. Goes, wow, look at all this I don't know. But when we're wounded, when we're victimy, when we have an orphan, we go to rejection. Oh, I don't know this. This is over my head. No, it's not. That mindset is coming from the place of insecurity, victim, and rejection. A healed person says, wait a minute, I don't know this, but I will. And I'll keep showing up until I do. And eventually, Samantha, ideas and terms that made no sense, all of a sudden, like, wait a minute, that's making sense now. So I want to encourage all of you guys that for those of you that like, Pedro, I like this. I think this is for me. Just, of course, like this, you're going to be learning a new language, learning a new skill sets. Do any of you know how to multiply money in months currently? Do any of you know how to take $10,000 and turn it into $50,000 in less than a year? Of course not. So this is going to be new to you. If you knew this, you would already be doing it. Right?
Yeah,
So I just think sometimes as adults, Samantha, we get so, I guess we get so in our head about not knowing stuff. It's terrible. Anyhow, keep going. So what, being in the program, what did you find as far as like the teaching, the training, what's been the most helpful for you? And maybe how are you fitting this in now with like your career and your other things you're doing? I know you have a book and you have a business and you have a YouTube and you're on television. Like, you're doing a lot of stuff. How is this fitting into your busy life and schedule? And maybe how long did it take you to really kind of get your feet underneath you and start trading?
Well, I can say that when I started to see the income potential, I realized that this could fund my ministry, that this could fund what I wanted to do out in the world and the things God had for me. And I didn't have to, depend on selling things. I didn't have to depend on other people. I mean, imagine having unending income as much as you put into it to do whatever God's called you to do. So when I really saw the light and I started, the beautiful thing was trading with paper. I mean, that is just a game changer because you can go in there and practice. Like if you're just telling yourself, I can't do it, I don't know how, you got to just smack that lie away out of your head, because the one thing we will regret is not doing it. Because when your friends do it and now they're making 10 grand a month or whatever numbers they can make, it's something that it's a skill that is so important to learn, that it puts your ability to make income in your own hands, regardless of the economy. That's the other thing that's so empowering. We have no idea where the economy is going, sometimes, but if you can make money in a down market and an up market. So I can just tell you that I went from knowing nothing to now showing up at the meetings all of the time and just being present and practicing. The only way you're going to get better is you got to practice. So I just went in there and started practicing with paper. And I mean, I started, making more money in literally a week than I would make in 6 months in my career. So it just started to blow my mind at the financial opportunity. And then when God opened the door for me to have my own television show, it was like I can fund the entire thing with trading. I mean, that's the thing that just blows my mind and why I am smiling so much, because I am telling you that if God somehow has you at this meeting, then don't miss the opportunity. There are times in life when a window of opportunity opens that if you don't jump through it, then all of a sudden that closes and then you don't hear about it again for a couple of years. And then you realize, wow, if I just had showed up, if I just had put it in, I could have been, retiring my spouse or buying a new home or whatever the things you want to do, or funding your ministry. But if you don't do it out of fear, then you're just paralyzed. So it's just something to know that I knew nothing about it. I had no desire to do anything with trading, the stock market. It just seems so out of my league of anything I ever wanted to try. So it's awesome. And I can tell you there's no better people. The team of these three together, there's no better team of people that will support you and come around you, that you can trust, and will just pour out their hearts to serve you, to help you figure out how to do it.
I think that's awesome share, Samantha. I think that's been one of the most kind of encouraging things to me, is seeing the types of different people who have really taken to this and who really have applied themselves, and this has become a huge part of their life. Like a year ago, if you would have gave me like, all right, there's 10 people who are going to love options, and this is going to become a huge part of their life. And if Samantha Taylor was in that list, I would have said, no, not her. She's crazy about her fitness business. She loves helping women get fit and get in shape. Like, there's no way Samantha's going to do this. And she's one of the most excited people about it. I'm telling you, so like, you might be hearing like, this is definitely like, maybe not something that you're usually into. And it's really shocked me how people that I never would have thought would have been so in love with learning this skill set. And you're definitely one of those, Samantha. So congratulations on your journey, and I know you're just getting started and you got more learning to do. Thanks so much for joining us from wherever you are in the world today. You guys my hand for one more person?
Thanks, Samantha. Really appreciate you.
We're in for one more person. We might save the gentleman for tomorrow. I don't know, or maybe later. But I want to bring on Diane Costco. Diane Costco is another person that I know who's a entrepreneur, business owner. She's a veterinarian. And I had no idea she was doing options and learning options. And then all of a sudden, like, I start hearing more. She starts posting in the group. I'm like, wait, Samantha's doing this? And now Diane's doing this? So Dan, just say hello to the people here on our Kingdom Wealth Workshop. And you're a busy veterinarian running a hospital. What about this whole option thing got you interested to take time away from your busy life, your health practice? Why did you do this and tell me, how are you kind of fitting this into your really super busy schedule?
Hi there, how are you? Yeah, so like the first thing I saw when you guys showed the charts, the green and the red and everything, I was attracted to that because it looked exactly like our anesthesia monitoring machine that we used in the hospital. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. I never thought my whole life that I would ever trade options. I'm in my 60s. I had bought and sold stocks a long time ago. But I started listening in on it, and just like Samantha and Jeff were saying, it's learning a new language. Well, when someone applies to come and work at a vet hospital, they think, oh, it's all playing with puppies and kittens, but we actually have to teach them a whole new language on metric system like CCs and doing math and everything like that. And everyone picks this up when you hear it enough, when people show you. And because Jeff shows up every week to talk you guys through it, it's great. You get to play with kind of like what's called monopoly money on paper trading. So you get to practice as long as you want. And when you think you're ready to go to live trading, then you can switch over and everything's exactly the same. I started getting really cocky at the first several months because it was win after win after win after win. And part of what I did is, like Jeff says, he plays the higher percentages so that the likelihood is to be as safe as possible. Well, that wasn't safe enough for me. So I was making sure I was only trading in things that were 90-95% sure that I would get it. And then once in a while, I just learned this term. This is a new language. A black swan happens, like when the Boeing airline door fell off. No one can predict that. And so luckily I was in paper trading at that time, things going up, and then all of a sudden everything went down on there. But you learn from that. Jeff teaches you how not to be attached to money, which is great. You know, so it just changes your mindset. And so I've almost been doing this for a year, and I'm up about 160%, which is actually down a little bit from where I was because I did lose a couple trades on there because I didn't have time. I try to come in early in the morning. When it starts at 6:30 in the morning, I hear that morning bell ring on the program, and it's kind of like Pavlov's dog. I start slobbering. I'm so excited to get going with this, and I just do a quick run through. I try to pay attention just to the he separates which stocks to watch based on whether you should be hoping they go up versus hoping they go down, and I just pick a few out of those, scan through them real quick, and then set alerts to tell me if there's an issue and go off to work. Once in a while, when I have time off during the week, I get to take longer to work on them, but I just can't believe I'm doing options. I would never in my whole life think that I would do options. So I've done a lot of things, and I encourage anyone that's interested in working on it to work on it.
Awesome. Awesome. Great share. And you found a way, like I said, Diane, I like your story because you're like, hey, I just knew I didn't have time to even look at it. So you went and you were even more conservative than even like Jeff's already very conservative. You're like, hey, I even want to be even more conservative. And you were still able to, to place a lot of trades and do well and just kind of sneak this into like a very compressed amount of time while you run your practice. So thanks so much, Diane. Appreciate you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Bye-bye. Awesome. 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 Okay, my friends, we're here towards the end of the day. So let me just do what many of you are in the chat are asking me to do. And let me just give you the details. How many of you are ready to learn more? How many are saying, Pedro, drop me the details? Tell me. I was in about an hour ago. Just, what's the link, bro? Drop me the T. What is the details? Okay, how many of you guys want details on how you can join us in learning how to become a kingdom option trader? Okay, it's with great pleasure that I welcome and invite you guys into joining us at our 100x 2025 Kingdom Options Training Program. And to do that, I want to go ahead. Can we bring up our slides? Can we bring up my slides? Okay, now today I didn't cover as much as I wanted to. I wanted to talk about kingdom entrepreneurship today. I didn't have time to do that, so I'm going to do that tomorrow. Okay? How many of you loved what you've heard so far about how to multiply money and you had no idea you could do multiply money as simply as following a system, and you can do it with like $10,000? Okay. Now, you do need money to trade with. Okay. Like, and you're like, Pedro, well, what about this monopoly money I'm talking about? That monopoly money is called a paper trading account, and it's wisdom to practice with pretend money before real money. How many of you guys would agree that sounds like wisdom? How many of you sounds like wisdom when you're learning a new system and learning something? If you click the wrong button because you're new, you don't want to end up losing thousands of dollars because you clicked the wrong button, right? So in our system with Jeff and Rami, you're going to learn how to paper trade. Now, it's real stocks, real trades. You're doing all the same stuff you would do for real, but you're using what's called a paper trading account to simulator. It's a simulator. So it's real stocks, real trades, but it's not real money. You can track your progress, you can see how you're doing, and once you have a lot of practice and Jeff and Rami can see you're trading, you can get the green light to go live and begin trading real money. How many of you love the idea of having an expert be able to look at your actual real trades and give you the confidence, hey, you're ready to go live? Okay. All right. So that's how the program works. All right. Yes. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how to make a lot more money, actively earned income. How many of you guys, as much as you like learning about multiplication, like Pedro, that's great, but I need to go make a ton more money. We're going to do that tomorrow. Okay. And I'll have something for you guys tomorrow. But today, I want to give you guys the details on our best-in-class program to learn how to multiply your money, and that is called 100x Kingdom Options Trader. Let me give you those details. I'm going to pass through this. I'll hit this tomorrow. You'll learn about this awesomeness tomorrow. For all my business owners or aspiring business owners, you'll hear about that tomorrow. But Kingdom Options Trader, we want to invite you to join us for 6 months of access to our 100x Level 1 Kingdom Options Trader program. Be mentored by Jeff, Rami, and myself in how to prosper, how to multiply money, how to learn how to double your money in a year or less, not decades, as a Kingdom Option Trader learning Jeff's system. Okay? So you're going to get Jeff's full credit spreads system. There's a full blueprint. Okay? This is an on-demand course. You'll have it the minute you sign up. And this course, this is what kind of blew my mind when I asked Jeff about his course. I said, Jeff, how long is your course? He said 3 hours. I said, Jeff, how long is your course? He said 3 hours. I said, Jeff, how can it only be 3 hours? You're talking about helping people double money in months, in a year or less. Like, how can this be 3 hours? He said, Pedro, I have a very simple system. The course is 3 hours. Now, the people that have done really well with our program have watched the course a couple of times. But you're not going to have to watch 40, 60, 80 hours of modules. This is not hundreds of hours of training. This is really a very simple system that Jeff has put onto on-demand videos that you have access to immediately once you sign up. Okay? Now, here is where what we have made available is very different and unique from anything we've seen in the marketplace. In other option trading worlds and programs, you never get to interact with the expert traders. It's a webinar, they're trading, they're talking to you, you cannot talk to them, you can't really ask questions, it's all done through a chat, you can't even engage with each other. And it's not a community, it's very hands-off, and you don't get to interact with the traders. Not so with us. We have weekly coaching calls with both Jeff and Rami. Rami does the call for the beginners, where he focuses on foundational concepts for those that are brand new in the program. And Jeff goes a little bit deeper with those that have been around a little bit longer. So we have a weekly live coaching program for everyone. Of course, you can attend both, and most people do. And then Friday, we have a really cool call on Friday where we do a weekly review of this week's trading activity. And that's where I come on. And that's where, why is this called Kingdom Options Trader? Well, first, it's called Kingdom Options because I believe this system is built on wisdom. It's not a reckless, gambling, speculative system. It's built on wisdom. But furthermore, I come on about a couple times a month to help you with mindset things, because here's what I have found. I have found that God has used options to disciple people into healing their heart from heart wounds, renewing their mind, just like in the parable of the minas, where we see that the master put that person in charge of cities because they learn how to multiply money. I've seen Holy Spirit, with our help, literally bring people into levels of healing, new mindsets, by talking about their feelings and their experiences as they've traded. This might surprise some of you, but it's worth noting. Do you know how many people in our options trading community who had been in the program, watched the videos, and were about to place their first paper trade? Catch this. They're about to click a button to place a paper trade, a trade that they know will not affect their financial lives at all. Do you know how many people reported being stricken with fear? Literally feeling fear and anxiety around clicking a button to place a paper trade, knowing it had zero impact on their finances. And they got to come on this call and say, Pedro, I have no idea what happened to me, but I was stricken with fear. I chickened out from even placing a paper trade. My friends, is that logical? Is that logical? What is that? That's an opportunity. That's God's revealing you're full of fear. If you're afraid to place a paper trade, you are full of fear. And God wants to deliver you from that, because we can't think God's going to use us for massive kingdom impact out in the real world if we're afraid to click a button in the comfort of our own home to place a paper trade. How many of you guys see that? That's just reality. So God has to have us confront these fears, confront these insecurities. And I'm seeing him use option trading to mature and disciple people. Okay. So again, the weekly calls, we also have weekly tech calls. Some of you guys are not super technology savvy. We have one whole call on Tuesday. I think it's called Tech Tuesday, where we can help you get all that set up. Here's a big one. How many of you would be okay learning and taking the same trades by looking over Jeff and Rami's shoulders? How many of you would be okay starting to even earn some money from trades before you even maybe fully understand everything, but you're basically just kind of copying what Rami and Jeff are doing? Because that's what I do. Just so you know, I don't really understand all this, but I can, if Jeff and Rami are like, hey, do this, I'm like, okay, I can do it. So I go into my system, I click the same button, I do what they told me to do, and I do it. And I have been placing trades. I've been earning income placing trades, and I can't really explain to you all of what's happening. All I know is that I'm following along my mentors and I'm doing what they're doing. And so far I've been able to learn as I'm earning. So for many of you, this will help you kind of like the training wheels. You're going to get trade alerts. That's part of the package. You know, in many places, they charge you a lot of extra money for that. We didn't want to do that. Okay. So when Jeff and Rami are going to take a trade, they put it in our group. You get an alert. Hey, I'm about to take this trade. Hey, keep an eye on this. Okay. So that way you don't have to worry about like always scanning the charts. They're going to tell you what they're doing. Okay. And this will help many of you start placing trades that have proven to be very, very accurate and start earning income before you really fully understand the system. Okay? We have an amazing community, not in Facebook. We have our own private app because this is too important information to have out there on Facebook. Okay? And this community is an incredible community of like-minded people all supporting each other. Okay? And again, you get access to the watch list. These are the specific stocks that Jeff and Rami are trading. You get the alerts. And so here's what's all included in our 100x Kingdom Options Trader program. You get Jeff's comprehensive training system, 3 hours. We get 7 hours of bonuses and advanced curriculum, 6 months of access to those weekly live training calls and cohorts, live trade alerts. You can just trade on, be notified when Jeff and Rami are taking a trade, and you can trade along with them. 6 months access to our community. And when you pay in full, we have some special bonuses. If you join in through our pay in full option, we're going to help you launch your career as a Kingdom Options Trader in a 1-day launch, where we'll literally just sit on a call like this for 1 day. We'll dedicate 1 day and launch your entire career and pursuit of option trading in 1 day. We'll take what might take weeks, we'll take what might take. Some people take weeks to do this because they do an hour here, 2 hours there, and we kind of take it all in 1 day. And you literally wake up 1 day, not being involved at all in this, and by the end of the day, you're up, you're running, you've got all the tools, all the tech you need, ready to go. Okay, so you can get access to all of this for a one-time investment of just $4,995, or we have a payment plan that you can start for as little as 6 installments of $995. Okay, this is our 100x Kingdom Options Trading Program. You can go to 100x 2025 and hear more about it, see more details. You will also be able to see and hear from people who have been in this program and are having incredible results. Additionally, at that page, if you've got some questions, you can click a button and book a time to talk to some of our program experts. However, when you go to that page, you're going to see something, and I want to just give you you're going to see something that is going to be quite surprising to you. So, newsflash, spoiler alert, tomorrow I'm going to talk about Kingdom Entrepreneurship. How to make a ton more money by becoming a Kingdom Entrepreneur, growing your active income, and help you with the earning part of the Kingdom Wealth Formula. How many of you, that's a big goal of your life, is to earn more income this year? Well, I'm going to show you guys how I've done that, how I've trained people to do that as a Kingdom Entrepreneur. You're going to be introduced to that program tomorrow called 100x Kingdom Entrepreneur. That program you're going to see is also 6 months of access and is also available for $4,995. Okay. But when you go to the website, 100x 2025, you're going to see this. Now, I might as well just show it to you. When you go to the website, and I would encourage you guys, you can all go now to 100x2025.com. Okay. When you go to 100x2025.com, are you guys seeing this? Are you guys seeing this? Okay, when you go to the page, 100x.com, do not be surprised when you see something, okay? You're going to see that you can, it's not pulling up right now, but pull up the page on your computer, go to 100x2025.com. You're going to see something I've never done before. And that is, we've definitely offered our 100x options program for 6 months for $5,000. We've offered that before. Hundreds of people have joined that program and loved it. I've also offered 100x programs at $4,995 as well before, and people got massive value. For the first time ever, because we're in a brand new year and it's the Wisdom Challenge, for the first time ever, Some of you are like Pedro, I want to grow in my ability to earn and multiply this year. What we're doing for the first time ever is don't be surprised when you see that for the first time in our history, you can get access to not only one of these programs, but both of these programs, and not just for 6 months, but for 12 months for only an additional $1,000. So you can attend one program, you can learn how to earn as a Kingdom entrepreneur. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Or you can learn how to multiply as a Kingdom options trader. Each path for 6 months for an investment of $4,995, or as a one, I've never done this before, but I just felt led to do it because there's so many of you here, and I really want to see us help as many people as possible this year. And so we're going to give you access to both programs for 12 months for a one-time investment of $5,995, or 7 installments of, I think, $925. Okay. So if you know you only really want to learn one skill set, like Pedro, I'm a business owner. All I want to do is make more money in my business. I want to launch my business this year. Awesome. If you know you only want to do one thing, no problem. You can pick a path and you can save yourself $1,000. But if you see the benefit of being able to have access to that training for 6 more months to get 12 full months, and to be able to both learn how to make more money and multiply more money for the first time ever in history, we're giving you a chance to get both those programs for the lowest price I've ever offered this to, which kind of makes no sense because we've never had more proof of how amazing our stuff is. We've never had more results. We've never had more proof of how good it is. And I've never made it available at this price. And yet I felt that I'd do that this time as a special Wisdom Challenge, special Kingdom Wealth Workshop offer. So with that, my friends, we're going to go ahead and sign off on my part. Hunter X 2025 is where you go. Of course, we're back here tomorrow for day 3. We're not done. We have an amazing day tomorrow. We're going to break down how to make money as a Kingdom entrepreneur. And yet, there are many of you I know that are probably here and maybe have some questions. And so we're going to have what's called a question and enrollment lobby that's going to be opened up. So right now, I don't know, team, if you want to put that on the chat, if you want to put that link in the chat, or help, let me know how, if you guys want to get some of your questions answered right now about this program. And if you want to connect with people about that, we're going to be opening up an enrollment lobby. And so where they can go ahead and get your questions answered and about the program. So team, what's the best way for those people that want to jump into there? Can I get some help on that? How are we having people do that? Are folks staying here, or are they going to the lobby? Okay. I'm being told to go to your dashboards. I'm being told right now to go to your dashboards. So there should be links in the chat. There should be links being dropped in the chat to go to your dashboard. If you're like Pedro, I've been waiting for this, I'm ready to go. You can go to that link. You can go to hunterx25.com, sign up, join us now. You won't regret it. If you have questions, you can click that link and you can head on over to our program support room. Get your questions asked. If you're someone that wants to talk to somebody one-on-one, we have the ability to do that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off here. Team, let's go ahead and get this slide up. And if you are still hanging around, it's because you have questions and want to learn more. Go ahead and click on that link and go to program support. This special offer will be available through the workshop. Okay. So some of you are like pray about it kind of people and sleep on it kind of people. I know that about you for some of you. And that's why I told you about this today. So you can pray about it tonight, sleep on it tonight, and have the time you need to make a decision by tomorrow. This is a special workshop offer only that will go away tomorrow. So that's the link. It's in your chat. Click that link, head on over there. And we have one of our team members answering all of your questions tomorrow. We're back here live, of course, 10 a.m. And we're going to break down what does it look like to dramatically increase your earned income in service to more people by stepping into becoming a Kingdom entrepreneur. Love you guys. God bless you. If you have questions, head on over to the program support room. If you're ready to go, you can head on over to hunterx2025.com or hit that program lobby over at Wisdom Plus experience.com. God bless. Love you guys. See you guys back here tomorrow morning.